Hey everybody, stream uptime of about 3 hours. He'll be mentoring. Yeah, Kyle. See mentoring for more information. Yeah, there we go. All right, well. Hey Blub, hey Phil, and Fatootie, thanks for the sub. How do you know pigeons are wealthy? They keep putting deposits on fancy cars. That is how I know they're wealthy. Thank you, Fatootie, for the very important information. Yeah, thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing well. All right, yeah, I think this is a good today command. One of the things that I like doing on Monday is reviewing my tenets, and I think the tenets have been off a bit lately. So let's go take a look. We'll split this here and here. All right, the review at today. Tenet review. Oh yeah, tenet stuff for next time. So this I want to incorporate, and this I want to incorporate. Stuff to incorporate. Yeah, normally I try to like fly through this. Today I'm going to be a little bit more thoughtful about this. Yeah. All right, so let's start with the actual review itself. Post-stream to-dos. I've still been bad about handling these on Thursday. I think it's just a summer thing since everything has been nuts. I'd like to think it's just that. Get to the point. I am not totally sure this is going well, but it's hard to say because we have so many systems to make, and I don't know if I'm doing only what's needed for them. I think that for the save system, I decided not to focus on battles. Yeah, no stream tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing I've been trying to think about is like I just stopped working on YouTube videos, and I should probably start. This summer is going to be pretty ridiculous. And what that means is probably until the end of August. Yeah, which is like 2 months. I just got to be careful about how much time I'm putting in all of this. Because like I said, there's a lot going on right now. But yeah, unfortunately, no stream tomorrow. And I know the importance of tomorrow. Yes, exactly. But don't you worry, it's on my calendar. All right, sustainability. Again, summer is just tough. Did I actually write that? Yeah, summer is just tough. I think I'm just trying to stay afloat with everything. And successes, pretty much just the save system. I think the save system is going well. It's just not done yet. I shouldn't focus on that bad thing there. All right, so anyway, that's that. Now this, let's see. I've been doing more regular work on my non-stream days and the stuff I wanted to take care of. These days I want to hit checkpoint number 2 before our next trip. Yep, that's definitely true. I mean, I think that's what this is. Try to accumulate less of those and try to spend Thursday burning them down. Yeah, I think that's the important part here. And I think this is the other thing. New tenant for bricklaying and enjoying the journey. What this meant is there are a lot of tasks. Sometimes it's hard to say what exactly I'm going to be working on a given day because I might be bouncing between some stuff, but it all helps make the game in the end. So I should just keep making the game and not worrying about like, how long is this system taking? How long is this system taking? And eventually it'll all come together. You can't go too far with that because eventually you could say, oh, I'm going to take 4 years with this because I'm just taking as long as things need. So I think there needs to be somewhat of a rush, but it can't be so much of a rush that you can't spend longer than 2 hours on any given task. So I'm not exactly sure what to write for that. Yeah. I'll just say bricklaying. So every step toward finishing the game needs to be done at some point. So it's okay if things take longer than I expect. Just enjoy the journey and don't focus too much on how long everything is taking. Yeah, hey Carlos. And I think I've talked about this a bunch. The checkpoint system that we've got, it's not a programming system, it's just an organization system. We hit checkpoint number 1, May 17th, we launched the first checkpoint. And then checkpoint number 2 is currently a plan for 18 days from now. Well, there's some things I wanted to do for that. And yeah, it was address some feedback, get quests in the game maybe. Maybe I shouldn't have even focused on the save system yet. Yeah, maybe that was a mistake. But that was a prioritization mistake. It's not like it was a mistake to make the save system. I just maybe should have waited a few weeks. The thing that made me think about it is if there are a couple of hours of gameplay, people aren't going to want to sit down in one session and do it. So I don't know. I'm kind of arguing against and for this. Well, I'm not going to look through the task list again. I don't think we need to do that. So I think let's just try to have this there. And then need to consider on doing the breaks. I retired the break tenant, and my rationale was I think I've gotten pretty good at taking breaks. Well, since retiring it, I just stopped reading it every week, and I stopped focusing on it as much. So now I'm taking fewer breaks. So I've got to think of what's going on with that. So I'll just say to keep an eye on that for next week. Yeah. I'll keep an eye on this. Put a star there for next time. All right, well, that's the process stuff. We can add a row above here and get ready. I mean, it's going to look like this. We just don't know exactly what's going to be done. Consistent-ish, though, according to Jump Tracker. Yeah, I used to take them pretty much on the hour when I was focusing on that tenant, and then I've let that drop off. And yeah, now sometimes I go a little bit longer. Sometimes I'm like, I'm going to stream for longer. And I don't want to keep attributing everything to the summer, but yeah, maybe some of that is just a summer thing. All right, so we have mentoring at 11:30. Let's make sure that's actually correct because I need to make sure I'm not late. Yep, there we go, 11:30. Okay, which means we've got a little under 3 hours for that. So let's get back to the save system. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I got Pikmin 4 for my wife, and she's really been liking it. And I played it too, and I thought it was really good. But then last night, because the Switch is portable, she was playing it before she went to sleep. And Pikmin 4 has got to be one of the worst games to be next to when someone's playing it and you're trying to sleep. There's a bunch of like whistling and trumpets and your breaks are on average 67 minutes apart. Yeah, I bet it used to be lower. Yeah. Hey, Glasscup. Hey, Euphius. Yeah, well, the trumpets, it's like you complete a level or something. You complete some objective, and it's just like... It's like the loudest. Is you ups. When I finally was like, okay, I'm going to go to sleep, she turned the sound down, but I was just sitting there thinking how funny it was. Used to be in my time zone. That you did that for almost 3 streams in a row. Yeah. See, that's what the tenant system is for. When I have something as a tenant, I actually focus on it. And when it's not there, then yeah, I sometimes forget. Okay, allow for saving the game. I didn't make the settings page. I didn't make a title screen. Yeah, I'm gonna probably say this is done, and we'll just file some tasks to allow saving loading through the UI. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. And I think we have a task for the autosave system. The autosave system should be pretty simple because if you have a save and load system, the autosave system is just saving every once in a while. to a place when the user can't like overwrite or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that'll be too bad. All right, so quest stuff needs to be done, but that'll all be filed for later. File tasks to allow saving quest stuff. That'll be after we're done with the quest system. Okay, customers and their remaining money. I don't... Yeah, fine. I'll write that down too. File a task for saving customers and their remaining money. It just doesn't matter much right now, given that customers are infinite sources of money. Yeah. Hey, Broken Crown. Okay. We're deleting this stuff. File a task for all of this. Yep. So we just have some of the cleanup stuff, and this is not all easy. I did all the easy stuff already. Where's the battle thing? I didn't write that down. Okay, fine. I just copy pasted. So file a task to allow saving battles. There we go. So see if we can delete the suite of functions like add component, overwrite components, get component by name, remove component by name. Can't get rid of add component because we won't know the type we're adding at runtime. Maybe able to do something like this though. Oh, to call a generic function anyway? I mean, I kind of want to try this. I don't know if this is a good idea. Need to first instantiate the method for type bar using make generic method. I wonder how that works. Because I don't exactly know how C# does generic functions, but I think the way C++ did them is that they would generate at compile time the actual assembly for each of the given types. And I don't know if this is some like just-in-time compilation thing, if this is that the function was written sort of generically underneath the hood anyway, which I don't think is really totally possible. So it's probably some just-in-time compilation thing. Does it mention that here? I don't see anything about that here. Yeah. Hey, Goose. Well, I kind of want to try this out. So let's go find the add component function that I made, which is this one. This is only being called from one place, I believe. Why is it not finding that? There it is. Yeah, so this is only ever called here in overwrite components. So could we make use of this? Could we var add component method equals get method? Oh, you can't call get method on this ECS.get method? I see that it's doing it based on a type, so fine. Type of ECS get method add component. Then we call make generic method with C. Why is this yellow? Dereference of possibly null. Okay. Just make sure it's not null, I guess. Then add component method make generic C cannot convert from component to system.type. So what's C.getType? And then invoke with C. What is the null part of this? Invokes a method or constructor represented by the current instance using the specified parameters. So I'm guessing the first object is the this parameter. Does it say that? Object on which to invoke the method. If it's static, it's ignored. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So I can just say this is null, and then this would be C. And this has to be an array. Yeah. Can we just do that? Okay, yeah. System.reflection. Let's just delete this. All right, null check can be simplified. Sure. And there we go. So this is add component method. I'm gonna call this 2 for right now. And we're gonna call this the generic one. Hey Beardage, thanks for the resub. Greetings to you. By the way, I've made sure that I had the time written down correctly, but it's about 2.5 hours from now. 2 hours, 42 minutes. So add component generic method. Yeah, generic method. And then this is the specific one. Specific method. Okay, so does this work? And do I even want to do this? This is kind of stupid. You'll be there. Cool. Yeah. I see 23 errors from whenever I was testing beforehand. Who knows if those are relevant or not? I mean, maybe it was working. It's got an error here, though. Reflection. What's the problem? Is this ambiguous match? Yeah. That's because I need to delete the other method now. So get rid of you. And then try this out. I really have to consider this. Do I like this better? Do I like this worse? Did it work? It still didn't work. What's the problem this time? Parameter count mismatch. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, because add component takes in an entity and a component, and I didn't do that. Add component takes in an entity and a component there. Yeah. Okay, now I suspect it'll work. Yeah, it looks like it did. Let's grant items and make sure that they can be saved with an item. The workers don't get saved with items? No, they do. Oh, they just come out of the portal. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's working. Hey, freak. How's it going? Hey, how much have you been playing the Nonograms Katana game? If you don't plan to release on mobile, it's fine, since you're only doing it during load. Wait, if I do plan to release on mobile, though, why would that be a problem? Is it just not something that's possible on mobile? Being productive, too. Glad to hear it. Because, yeah, I know that performance would be an issue for anything with the reflection generally. But, yeah, this is just during load. Plus some, oh yeah, I see. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it's ludicrous how much time they, I think, expected you to sink into the game. Although I also suspect they wanted you to use all the items to just solve like regular puzzles and just speed up that amount of time. So I'm torn because on one hand, I'm like, some of these puzzles I'm just not enjoying. You do not have a just-in-time compiler which removes some reflection features. Really? Okay, yeah, C# reflection on iOS. Only works for code that exists at compile time. Okay, this makes me think that we should just use the add component way. Multiple people per guild, but then gave up on that at one point. Maybe, I never thought about that. Yeah, because the expeditions can be very long. Yeah, join it and leave it. I think how I rationalize that is there are probably some people who just don't want any of that in their face and don't want the, I don't know, just don't want to think about it. So they just leave and just do puzzles. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe there was a multiple thing. It is called a guild, and yet there is no multiplayer aspect to that. All right, I gotta say, I don't think there's enough of a reason to do things this way, especially because we're gonna need some cruft here regardless. So why not just make a proper add component and just say this is used for loading? Yeah. Then you do a setting hide guild or similar. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I guess I never really thought about it too much because I want to use the guild, I guess. Anyway, it's been fun. I've been enjoying it. I've actually debated on playing it on stream to sort of raise awareness of Nonograms existing. Maybe someday. Maybe we'll do that as a celebration for launching checkpoint number 2. Okay, I think I've convinced myself. We need this, and we should just change all the functions. Yeah. Yeah, so this will probably take an hour and a half or 2 hours. Let's start by refactoring add component. The real coder but right own nonogram game. The thing is, I don't think I could really improve on that one. I feel like the interface is as good as it can get for mobile. If it weren't a mobile game, there's probably a lot you can do to improve, but yeah, for mobile, I think it's pretty good. Also, I like that concept. So for those who don't know what I'm talking about here, there's this game called Nonograms Katana, and Nonograms are a pen and paper game. You do not even need it to be a video game. You could just have printed out this sheet and done the entire thing on your own. And so this game, whether or not you understand what it is, just knowing that it's a pen and paper game, it's sort of like Sudoku. Then they tacked on this entirely different game that's like a city builder aspect to it. And the two games have pretty much nothing to do with each other. So they kind of shoehorned in some ways for them to have a way to do something. So imagine in Sudoku if you were like, there was an item like a bomb, reveal a 2x2 area. It's like, okay, they kind of made items and the items sort of have a purpose, but like the whole point of Sudoku is you don't need hints. So it's an interesting concept because you can slap together any two games and they don't even really need to have much synergy with one another. You've been writing a Minesweeper game for like 10 years? Isn't Minesweeper not that complex? How's the game coming? It's coming along well. We've been working on the save system for 3 stream days. Not even 3 streams. Something like that. And I feel like we're getting toward the end of it, and I'm going to just file a bunch of tasks. So I'm really, really hoping by the end of today that this whole list is now gone and in GitHub. I just quit a game like that with a metagame on top. Tedious pay-to-win scheme on top of a solid, simple game. Okay, yeah, they could do it for monetization. In this particular case, this game it's like pretty clean from that perspective. There's no, like, I think I've seen 3 ads in 2 months or something like that, and they're not really pushing for payments or anything. In fact, at one point, there is a, like, earn 5 whatevers, and it's got a button there that says watch ad. This button doesn't even work. So I don't know if it's just too old and they didn't renew some, app ID for the advertiser or something like that. Exactly. Like I said, at some point you're gonna be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Some of the items are more like accessibility features for playing on mobile devices. The items or the UI? Because I was gonna say the items are all like solve some piece of the puzzle. That's, yeah, the items, okay. Yeah, I guess I haven't gotten that impression that they're accessibility features. But yeah, if I could just play the game on a bigger screen and not have to go through some convoluted process, like the way I did it last time is I installed the app on my Chromebook so that it would sync and then remoted into my Chromebook from this computer. But it's still a mobile app that you're playing. It's only been like 30 plus jokes. All right, I'll wait another 30 jokes and we'll see how they go. Needs an ethical developer list. There's a game right now called Manor Lords, and I haven't played this, but it's done fantastically well, and it was made by a very small team. So you can see 43,000 reviews. It's still in early access. They made a ton of money. The person who created this, or maybe the publisher, just went and said something like, look, we got a lot of hype around this game. That's great. We're super happy. But now people are expecting a lot. And there used to be a time when you could just make a game and be done and people would be happy and then you'd move on. And now there's this like endless, you got to keep adding features and stuff. And I think some games have gotten in the habit of doing that. Terraria, for example, made a final update like 4 different times. And yet, if you look, the reviews are fantastic. And they probably wanted to do it. I don't know how much pressure they felt to do it. But yeah, then other game developers start feeling pressure because that's what gamers start expecting. I don't know. I might have this in a quote somewhere instead. I guess people don't really end up looking through the quotes. Find my mistake and point it out to me, which doesn't give you the penalty the built-in hint system does. Yeah, okay, that's true. Yeah. But I guess, like you said, there is the hint system. It just has a penalty. But I think it's hard to say it's accessibility exactly because it is helping you solve the puzzle. And I guess if you were a computer enough, you would be able to solve it in your head. Every time I watch you type, I feel like it feels like the camera angle could be better. How so? Like ideally, I think I'd have a camera pointing from directly above, but I'd need to put something in my ceiling for that. Yeah. If you don't want the hype or the inspiration to get new features out constantly, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think you could be releasing it for feedback, and maybe the feedback is like, hey, yeah, the game seems good, and it's not necessarily to figure out what else is there. Could be for early money, like a cash infusion. You need some amount of money to finish the project to pay all your workers. And yeah, could be for inspiration, could be hype, could be anything. Get a camera arm specifically for hand cams, common in FPS gaming. I'll look into that. That's a good idea. I didn't realize, yeah, I just didn't think about that. Consider a camera arm for the keyboard cam. That way it's not blocking my screen. People can actually get a better view. Yeah, testing the market. I feel like that's the feedback part. Yeah, market feedback, I guess. All right, so what I think I've determined here is I don't want to do this. I guess let's copy paste the code because who knows, maybe we want that at some point. Yeah, so code I may want. Or maybe I put it in the C# note. I don't know whether to call this reflection or generics. I'll say using reflection to call a generic function at runtime. Yeah. All right, then let's tab this back in. CS. Let's get the source, which was this. Okay, here's an example of calling this method. Well, here's an example. And then I'll just write the method in here. Method signature. And then I'll just put like ... here. Yeah. Calling that method. Do you mind explaining reflection? Not familiar with that term? Yeah, so C# reflection, there's a bunch of compile time information that you generally get. And sometimes you want that information at runtime. And that's where you use reflection to look into the assembly information and figure out what that is. That's the short story. Now let's find out if that's actually correct. After an attribute is associated with a program entity, the attribute can be queried using reflection. Do they have a specific thing? Obtain information about loaded assemblies and the types defined within them, such as classes, interfaces, and value types. Yeah, create type instances at runtime to invoke and access them. Yeah, they try something. Yeah, the thing I wanted to write down about this specifically was note that this may not work on all platforms since it requires just-in-time compilation. For example, well, I should say here. For example, maybe iOS. Yeah. So we're going to recode this. That'd be similar to something like a validation library accessing types that are compiled out in TypeScript. Not quite. So the way that those validation libraries work is that they're checking just values. this is a way of checking a type or compiling. So if we look at just this code, for example, which I just deleted instead of copying. If we look at just this code, for example, here is, let me copy this too. Here is a generic method. So the way that this works at compile time is that we see, okay, add component is called with type foo and type bar. So what the compiler will do is generate assembly code or bytecode, some intermediate language it could be, for these two methods. But if you never call it with this third type, then it just won't generate that function. So if you do want to call it with that type at runtime, then you need to reflect into the binary and get it to add a, like, it needs to make another method for that, which involves what's called just-in-time compilation, which is that you only actually know you want this at runtime. So right at that time, just in time, you make that method. So in this case, it's like you just, in a thing like TypeScript, you don't have this concept of a function that couldn't have been called at compile time, I guess, and that you'd need to do it at runtime because all of the types are going to get stripped away anyway for JavaScript. Hey, Peter. So hopefully that's clear. All right, so we are going to keep this add component and we just need to refactor it. So I guess let's just delete everything I did, right? Do I need any of this? No, I do not. Delete, delete, delete. Okay, cool. Now we refactor this to make these very similar. So I'm going to make a public static component add component combined. We're going to need to rename that. So we have this in both of these functions. The only difference is this part. So I guess let's just copy paste the whole thing. So this is to check to see, this is like ensure component or ensure entity has container. And we get it and we can return it. And it's a component holder. Does anything return a component holder in this class? No. No, it does not. Okay, well, we're going to make that. Oh, there's get component holder. Okay, so private static component holder ensure component holder exists. And that's going to be making the component holder, which is what we do here. Return container. Easy peasy. Now we probably want to use this basically everywhere. So here, for example, ensure it exists on the entity. And anywhere else we do, let's just search for component holder. I know I just modified it in the function I'm creating, so that's kind of duplicated work, but that's okay. Yeah, we're going to delete that. We're going to just keep searching for this. Anytime we do this, that is fine. Get component or null. The container is null, return null. Okay, fine, that's fine. Anywhere else we do this? Remove component. Sure. No components found on entity. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Just making sure all this looks good. And this is the function I just added. And yeah, nice. Now we're good. All right, we've got to keep working through this. Set myself 24 hours to build a micro SAS IDE acts up, spend 30 minutes waiting on JetBrains Toolbox to update. I guess that could happen for any task, right? You can't ever guarantee that, oh, I can get this done in 10 minutes. Your power might go out or something. But that's where I would say there are some things that sort of count toward the task and some that don't. So if you said, I will take no longer than an hour doing this, and then your power goes out, it's like, all right, I guess I'll wait an hour. Because, yeah, no matter how good a programmer you are at this point, you're going to need your computer to be on. Can't do punch cards anymore. Okay, so this is the different part that I want here. One of these is going to be generic and one won't be. So I guess this is, I don't know the best way to do this. Okay, well, there's the actual add component bit. I guess let's write that down. Public static component, add component to entity. Actually, this would be private. And this wouldn't, no, this would return a component. All right, node entity component. So it's this stuff that I want. And I guess we need the container there. Why do I check if that's... Why do I do that? The container needs to have this. Get component. Get component might not be there. But we need the container. Okay, so then we need this. Spooky action. I haven't heard of that. I've heard of the butterfly effect. Spooky action at a distance. Quantum entanglement. Who came up with this term? Huh. So this will do the actual adding, which means all of this stuff. Oh, I guess we need the container up here. Then we just say return add to entity component. Einstein came up with it? I wonder if it was tongue-in-cheek or if it's a translation thing. Okay. So this and this. Oh, this needs to return a T. Oh my God. Can we say cast to... Wait, cast is a thing. It's just in link, isn't it? Well, whatever. We can do that. Yeah, I guess it's not really any different. We could make a generic add component entity, although at that point we're just compounding the problem, I guess. Alternatively, do we even need the generic version of this function? I know we use it everywhere. Yes. Yes, we do. Yeah, it helps us not have to cast after doing this. That's fine. Oh, wait. Then I guess that's the difference here. Add component is just going to return a generic component. And I guess the only real time we're ever doing this is from inside this class. So this could be private. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Change return type to void. Not a single caller uses the return value. Oh, interesting that it tells you that. Yeah, sure. I guess we don't need it in this case. Hi, Danilo. Happy Monday. Get component by name. All right, I want to do this by ID, although then we need to store these differently. I'm thinking the old IRC chat rooms. I'm trying to think of now what my association is with it if I just see it for the first time. I guess I think both things. So I don't need this. Nothing's even using this. Yeah, I'm just changing the individual functions anyway. Okay, so copy this down to the bottom. Refactor it with the overload. Yep, we just did that. So how are these functions looking now? Add component, we have throw if null. Ensure the component holder exists. If we already have a component, then throw. Otherwise, add. Okay, I think that one looks pretty good. Now what about this one? This does not do everything it should be doing. It should be throwing if these... Oh, wait, no. It's this one. Yeah. Okay. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, I just don't like this get component by name part. Although if we're only ever doing this here, then yeah, I guess we can make this private as well. And same thing with remove component by name. So put these toward the bottom. But I kind of want these to be in a totally separate location then. This is like saving and loading stuff. No, I don't want to spend too long thinking about these things. I think it's just overwrite components that we now need to think about. Yeah. Okay, so overwrites component of an entity with given components. Retaining any components that already existed on the entity that don't need to be overwritten. This is intended to be used by loading a saved game. Cool. But the important part is the stuff down here that I added, which is not going to be clear at all what it's doing. A non-generic version of add component. This is needed by the save system because we won't know that. Wait a second. Okay, I just realized something. We call make generic method here, but we'll have all the generic methods already. We just need to find it. But it still doesn't really matter. So that we can, oh, darn it. Very torn on this. To be used by the save system when loading a game. We could use reflection instead, but it may not work on all platforms. Okay, great, whatever. So this does the adding of the component to the entity. So what's the difference between, oh wait, no, whoops, sorry, wrong comment. This one goes here. All functions that add a component to an entity converge here. This function actually adds the component. So what's the difference? I guess in this case, we're just getting the container and checking to see if there's already a component there. And we can't do that here because in one case, we'll need to check generically, and in the other case, we need to check by name. Okay, where's the generic one? Here it is. Get component T. Okay. Yeah. Did you move from Docs to Obsidian? I still use both. I think I have a command about this, yeah. I switched from OneNote to Obsidian. So I don't use OneNote anymore for all the stream stuff. And if you go to notes.adamlearns.com, everything in here is done through Obsidian. So these all used to be my OneNote notes, and now they're all here. Have we done this? I think we've done this. Yeah. Yeah, the video about switching, I think they're in these commands. Yeah, I have a video specifically on ditching OneNote because I hadn't found Obsidian yet or hadn't really started using it, and then a video on using Obsidian. Okay, so the last little thing here is that right now this is all inside of ecs.cs. I want like an ECS by name.cs, and now I can put a comment and put all these things together that are done by name. in which case then I guess this would need to be public so that it could be called by that. Can you make partial static classes? C# partial static class. Is that possible? It's probably possible, right? Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Hey, Anima. Why do you remove the params from the function summary header? Because I just don't find them helpful, especially not in a class like this. Pretty much every single function acts on an entity and acts with components. So to say like, hey, here's what an entity is for every single one of these is just polluting this with an extra like 30 lines of code. Well, 30 lines of comments. And they just don't tell you anything interesting. If anything, I would put it at the beginning of the class. The other thing too is it's not like anyone else is going to use this. It's not like it's a library that, okay, tons of people need this. And then yes, they might be hovering over this one function and they need to know what an entity is. In that case, yes, I would have the comments everywhere. Or I'd have like a C beginning of class or something like that. But yeah, it's just not that helpful. Okay, so then what we can do is we can add in an ECS by name.cs. Then public static partial class. Copy this over to here, I guess with the namespace. And now add in these things. Add component by name. No, it's not even called that. So this. Anything else? Sure, no. Exists. Oh, I guess we just search for name in here. Wait, there was component name. No, that doesn't matter. That's fine. That's fine. Overwrite components. Can I convert from node to what? Oh, because this doesn't have types yet? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was gonna do that. I just hadn't gotten to it yet. There. Anything else? I guess overwrite components fits into that category. Any others? Remove component, that part's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Nice. Do you have a favorite language to program in? I know this probably sounds like a cop-out, but usually my favorite is whatever language I'm using at the time, just because I happen to have the most familiarity and experience with it. Well, not usually experience, but most familiarity. So no, I think the main categories of things that I want are static typing for sure, and a good debugger. And that's not always up to the language, but some languages just don't have good debugging experiences. And what else? Probably like decent enough community for it. A goldfish. Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter what language I'm using. The languages I wouldn't want to use are things like JavaScript at this point. Python, I'm not a huge fan of for anything like major. For small enough scripts, I think it's fine. I don't like C++, even though it fits the static typing bit. Just not a fan of header files. Not a fan of a gigantic language that has a lot of like things that just shouldn't even be used in the language anymore. Why is this a problem? Oh, this is in the new file. Oh, I looked at the class name and I'm like, this is the old file, but it's just the same name. All right, cool. So now let's put a comment up here and just say, this class contains all of the ECS functions that act on EM names. How do we close that tag with AI? There we go. Rather than with generics. This is needed. I wrote this somewhere here, the save system stuff. Let's copy this up to here. This is needed by the save system We could use reflection instead, but it may not work on all platforms. And the other part of this is that IDs would be faster, but if this is only used by the save system, then speed doesn't really matter. Did I write that down anywhere? Yeah, I did. Manifest a component ID and save that. Maybe even make sure. Oh, this is done for a different reason, though. Oh, so we should do this. Oh, darn it. So this shouldn't be ECS by name. It's like ECS save functions or load functions. Yeah. Did I enjoy JavaScript during botline development? I think I enjoyed the process of coding, and I think the things that bit me were frustrating, but I didn't really, I don't know. I didn't know what else I could do. I don't remember how mature TypeScript was at the time, because this was like 2015, and I think TypeScript came out a while ago, but I don't know how usable it was. Yeah, first appeared 2012. So yeah, maybe I could have used it. Maybe some things would have worked. Like types weren't as pervasive as they are now. So now if you go to a random NPM package, you'll probably find types for it. Like back then you would have needed to add all of them yourself. So yeah, I think I was bitten by a lot. I think I ran into a bunch of type issues, had to document like everything I was doing, even more so than normal. Probably would find the code base confusing going back to it now. But yeah, back then I don't think I felt like I had a lot of alternatives. Hey noob. Yeah, JS was a huge part of what I was doing. Yeah, and now that TypeScript is viable, and I mean there are a lot of languages that are viable and still compile to JavaScript or work on the web. I just feel like there's way less reason to use TypeScript. You're not buying into the movement away from TypeScript. Not sure if this is actually still gaining traction. I mean, okay, the way I look at JavaScript and TypeScript is they're web languages. And I haven't been in the web world for the last, I don't know how long. So I haven't really been following the news or why people are saying that. But if I were to do something else in the web, I would be doing it with TypeScript, yeah. Now, like I said, as a target language, JavaScript is totally fine. Like, who cares if it's something that you're just reading and not writing? That's okay with me, especially if you have source maps, because then you can still look at it in the language that it was originally written in. So if people are suggesting it for that reason, like, hey, you can use JavaScript anyway as a target language, you can transpile, sure, yeah. But I don't know what the argument is exactly. If you had to pick one language that you personally perceive as the overall most useful language, I think that's a tough question, but I also don't think it's a very important question, because you'd use different things for different domains, right? If I were making a Game Boy game, I'd use, assembly, and I probably wouldn't use C. But if I'm making whatever, something for a microcontroller, like on my keyboard, I'd probably use C. And that doesn't mean I think either of these are the best language. And like right now I'm using C#, and I think C#'s pretty good for game dev, and a lot of people use it for game dev, but it's not necessarily the best language. So yeah, I think it's hard to answer that. So if we're going to need IDs anyway, then calling this ECS by name is not really that helpful. Maybe it's more descriptive to say ECS save functions. Now there's still one tiny little issue with that, which is the save functions include loading? Because I kind of wanted to include loading. What's the general term for saving and loading? I guess like state management or something. I'm not going to call it that. Yeah, I think we can just call it save functions. Also, I have this thing called game saver. It's not game loader, but it really does do loading. But anyway. All right. So act on names rather than, so this is not act on, they can't act on generics. They don't act on generics or operate with generics. Generally needed by the save system when loading a game. We could use reflection instead, but it may not work on all platforms. Yeah. So this isn't needed. Do you prefer Mac over Windows these days? I don't really have too much of a preference, to be honest. the reasons that got me into a Mac in the first place are all listed here, and they're not, super compelling reasons. So if I had started to develop on Windows and I were working on a game, it'd be pretty much the exact same experience. I'd be using Chrome, VS Code, Godot. The terminal would be different. The shortcuts would all be kind of more or less the same, Obviously, you don't have a command key on Windows, so you have to use, Control C to copy. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, there's not a major difference. It's not like a paradigm shift. It's just press this key instead of this key kind of thing. So yeah, the majority of the development experience would be practically identical. And then when you go to launch, it would be very different because launching on a Mac platform from Windows is not very easy. You named your computer Adam's apple. Yeah. Hey, Kevin. Also, I'm bad at coding. What helped me grok the point of different languages is by trying to implement objects in C. They were so helpful for understanding the power of higher level languages. Yeah, and that's what C++ was called originally, was C with classes. Because that's all it was. And if a language is Turing complete, then you can make any other language with it. So technically, that's how languages were made. It's like Python can now build Python, but it couldn't originally because it didn't exist. Then Windows for hobby Godot programming at home. That just means I end up using the wrong key. On this keyboard, so some keyboards have this sort of thing where you can set it up to automatically convert between control and command. So if I were to use this keyboard on Windows, I could literally press some of the exact same keys. Like I have a copy shortcut, and this key would be the exact same copy and paste on both platforms. And there's a setting for that in my key map somewhere. But that's assuming you have a QMK keyboard that you can use. I think it's over here. Maybe I'm misremembering this. No, I don't see it here. I don't remember what it's called, though. That's a problem. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called. Maybe it's in rules? Nope. Yeah, I don't know. Well, so much for that. Sorry. I don't know what it's called. Oh, well, I probably have it written down somewhere if you need it. Yeah, I agree, freak checking. Key remap tool. Tons of apps don't properly use the OS remapping. Yeah, having it at the keyboard level means it's going to work everywhere. But then there are some things that, like, I have a find shortcut, and for whatever reason on Windows this is broken, and I cannot figure out why. But that's just a happy coincidence of me having this keyboard, is that doing that remapping is easy. And now, to be honest, I don't really need it. But back when I was working at Google, I was using a Windows machine personally and a Mac for work. And that meant I was using the same keyboard on 2 different devices for 3 years. So that was really hard if you just constantly keep switching. So that's why I want to use the same thing everywhere. Excuse me. Okay, I think we're in good shape with this. Yeah, let's try this out. Make sure the game still runs. I mean, yeah, looks like it. I don't know why I wouldn't. I guess I did some minor refactoring in addition to moving, but moving functions is typically not all that brittle. Yeah, let's just click a bunch of buttons. Really, we should have like some test everything kind of button. Yeah, I mean, none of this even involves the code that I had. And speed up the game. And save and load. Yeah. Cool. Looks good. No errors, right? No errors. All right, we'll check this in. Sure, component holder exists. What uses this? 2 functions. One is add component, and the other is probably add component. Yeah, add component to entity. because this one's called by two functions as well. Yeah, and this one doesn't have a ensure that the component exists. Although won't this container's null return null if it's not null? Yeah, okay, I see. All right, yeah, I think I'm fine with that. All this red that we got into this class, I think I'll make it a little bit easier to understand. I gotta say, I do like having static functions when we can have them, because you can move them so easily between files. There's no shared state that you need. So you can just plop them somewhere new if you want. All right, overwrite components, add component, get component by name, remove component by name. Yeah, looks good. Cool. All right, so split ECS.cs. There is now ECS save functions, which is for functions that can't use the generic versions that already existed in ECS.cs before I started working on the save system. Good. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to tackle, well, really the rest of this list, which I think means these two things first. Yeah, in fact, probably this one first. Okay, I'll be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hi, everybody. Nice particle effect, Freak Technic. All right, close the game. Let's continue where I left off. Manifest a component ID and save that. Maybe even make sure all serializable components have an ID, although all the components will probably have an ID. Then change the type discriminators to use the IDs instead of the names of the class. Yeah. This close editor. I should probably make a function to do this, or a shortcut. Close all editors. Oh, I already have one. All right, don't save. So we have, where's effect ID? Where are you? You're in effects. Okay, so then it makes sense to put a component ID in component in here. Yep, so let's go over to component.cs, save this as component ID, delete everything, and then just make an enumeration here. Good. Now we need these for all of the different kinds of components that we have. So let's search for class component with a dot star in there. Why did that not? What did, I don't even know what I just typed. Okay, whatever. Let's try that again. Class dot star component. There we go. And I guess public. Yeah. So this gives us all of the names of our components, which we then get like this, and I guess sort them. So we have 26 components. Is that correct? Is that an ECS for Godot? It is. It's a custom made one, and I find it pretty helpful. Yeah, I think this is correct. Let's take a quick look. There's a reason I'm doing this. ls-b. The -b probably goes here. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, whatever. All right, pb copy. So this has 25. Why did this have 26 then? Oh, because there's the... No, yeah, wait, what? Is one of these in the wrong folder? Let's put these together. So abilities, adventurer, animated sprite, battle stats, battle team, shop, corresponds, disappears, effects, entity type, flip, grid, health, held item, I seeks target, helper component. Oh, helper component doesn't show up because that's in the test folder. Okay, so this is test only. This is an interface. All right, but then we have money component, navigation, secondary helper, also test only. Then shop component, shop keep, storeroom, target item display, target location, town, untargetable. Yeah. All right, so then there are 3 things that differ here. 2 are test only, and 1 is an interface. This probably shouldn't even be there. Yeah, maybe it should. So I guess the question is, do helper components also need an ID? I don't know. I guess if they get constructed through the base component class with an ID, then yes, they would need one. Okay. Then yeah, then we need this list. So let's copy all of these into here. Okay, now there's something kind of clever you can do here, which is going to be a waste of my time, but I'm still going to do it because I want to try it out. Let's do that and then say equals. Okay, so here's what I think you can do. I think you say $prev plus 1 and then set this to 0 and then find all of the equal signs and do this. Yes, look at that. We got a list going up. Nice. Okay, that's it. That's what I wanted to do. And now we just need to manifest all of these correctly. So we go into component and make it so that this takes in an ID, sort of like how effect did. Yeah, it took in an effect ID and just saved it off. Okay, so component should take in a component ID and save it off. Public component ID, get init. Yeah. Then save this. It should just know. Fill it in for me. I don't want to type the line. Since all of them are components, why use a prefix? Why use a suffix? Yeah, you don't necessarily need to do that. This was to make it easier to copy paste so that you have something like a health component, and now you'll put something here like component ID.health component. And that way, when you're making the class, you can just copy paste it from here to here. That's it. That's why I did that. All right, now we need to do that for every single component. Is there something else I'm missing here? Do we want to serialize these? I don't think so. I think we ignore these. Oops, wrong line. And then we use these as type discriminators. So there's a JSON resolver class, and there's some setup components with a discriminator. Yeah, derive type, component type.name. This is now going to be component. Oh, how do we do this? Oh, no. Oh, do we need some mapping here? Oh, no. I need to get the ID, but this isn't known by the type. It's not static. We need this to be static? Yeah, I think we need this to be static, or we need a mapping. I want to control how these things get saved to a save file. I wonder why people shy away from namespacing but pollute their names. Are you talking about based on what I just said? Or is this a general pontification? All right, so where is our save file right now? These are getting saved with named types. Yeah, and I want these to be the IDs. Okay, well, anyway, let's write this down. So problem in general. Yeah, I think some of it just has to do with not really thinking about it. Plus, the other thing is, it doesn't matter a whole lot nowadays. Almost everyone has auto completion. So you could have super long names and it wouldn't make a big difference. But generally, I'd expect a large enough team to be following a style guide that avoids that sort of thing. There's a problem. We don't have the ID of a component at compile time. So why is link text? Okay, so solution number one would be manifest a mapping of all of them. Solution number two, which might work, would be make the ID static. We only need this ID by what? The save system? Yeah. We only need it by the save system. Yeah. All right, well, what would it look like to make it static? It'd be the same as having a mapping. We would just have it in each individual file. Yeah. How about a custom attribute you apply in every component? That would be a good idea. Yeah. Solution number three, an attribute. Yeah, I like that. We could just put something here like component ID equals whatever. I mean, I don't know the syntax for this, but yeah. All right, Blub, you win. Here's a point. All right, let's do that. Make an attribute for all of the component classes. And then figure out how to, or validate this all at runtime. Validate this all at runtime that we have those attributes, just like we do for everything else. C# make custom attribute. I almost did this the other day, and then I found out serializable exists, although it might get deprecated. Then we'll just make another custom one. All right, don't need to learn many new concepts if you're familiar with object-oriented programming. Custom attributes are traditional classes that derive directly or indirectly from attribute. Primary steps to design them are as follows. Apply attribute usage attribute. Custom attribute. Can I just see an example of all this stuff? Yeah, custom attribute example. Incorporates previous information and shows how to design an attribute that documents information about the author of a section of code. Attribute in this example stores name and level of the program. Level. String. Okay. And whether the code has been reviewed. It uses 3 private variables to store the actual values to save. Represented by a public property that gets and sets the values. Constructor is defined with 2 required parameters. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's copy this into... Let's make an attributes folder, I guess.
Whoops. Whoops.
What is going on? What's happening? It won't let me... That's weird. I don't think I did anything differently. All right, now I want to... let's just copy anything into here. I'm going to name this... What are we calling this? Component attribute. Maybe I could have just put this in the components folder. Oh well. And then let's put this over here. And copy paste everything in. And then namespace for this will be... Oh, what do we do for battles? It's going to be that, but attributes. Game.source.attributes. Okay. So this probably comes from system. Yep. And then we can just change all this stuff. So all we need here is a private component ID. Cool. It gets made with that component ID. This dot ID equals ID. Then we give it a... Why are these virtual? They have derived attributes from them? I don't think mine needs to be virtual. I also don't think I even need the private thing. I can just make a field. Component ID, get init. Delete this, delete all that. Delete. All right, and then just include this. And set it, which we don't even need to do, right? Because we could have just done it this way. Easy peasy. Okay. Add a public read-only property accessor for positional argument ID. Public read-only property accessor. How do we not already have this? Public. It's get here, so it's read-only. Do we just get rid of the init? I don't know what this is trying to get me to do. Avoid unsealed attributes. Needs to be a sealed class? This didn't mention that. Okay. I don't know how to fix this one. Oh, because it's not called component ID? That seems pretty stupid. Yeah, that seems pretty stupid. I think I'm just going to suppress this. It doesn't think ID and component ID are the same thing. I guess not. Should I have just named it this? Oh, wow. Yeah. Also, hey, Toulouse and Rainbow. All right, well, there's our attribute. Now we can go try applying this. So let's put it on health component, for example. Developer attribute. Oh, right. I never changed the name. I read that a bunch of times. Yeah, this should have been called component attribute. All right, now we put this here. Oh, what? That's a thing somewhere else? Oh, man. Honestly, I should probably consider renaming it just for that reason alone, because I'm always going to pick the first option from this list. Component attribute. Ugh. I guess I'm going to really copy paste a file, so it won't really matter. Name can be simplified. Oh, if the name can be simplified, we should probably change this to like ECS component then. Yeah. That way it's clear, because otherwise just component is probably not going to be clear. All right, so fine. Let's go back to component attribute and rename this to ECS component attribute. And put that there. Delete all files and start over. Remove source control. Delete GitHub account. There we go. All right, so now we don't need this garbage. Because we don't even need this in anything other than the type, I guess. And delete this too. And then go into our resolver that we have and get this from there somehow. Is serializable fetches this. Get custom attribute. Yeah, so we need to do this in here somehow. Attribute. Get custom attribute. Component type. Type of component type. Okay, so type is going to be component type, yeah. ECS component attribute. And then this should have an ID in here. Type ID, that's not right. Is there a get castle? Why is castle showing up there? What does it think this is? I should be able to get the component ID. I'm not actually sure why I can't, but let's do that here. Component ID equals that. And try putting this here. That is an int, and it doesn't know how to convert it, but I want to convert it just directly in its int value to this. Oh, wait, no, there's a way of doing that, isn't there? Default JSON type info resolver. Actually, if I search for polymorphic type resolver, that should probably work. All right, where is it? Here it is. There was some way you could either have a discriminator that was a string or an int, but you should mix them, blah, blah, blah. Where do we do that? Yeah, here, JSON derived type. Wait, so an int should work for this. Why you no work? Oh, because we have to convert it to an int. I see. Ah. Okay, so now what's the problem with this? Attribute doesn't know about this. Maybe that's the problem. Just use the generic method on type. Get custom attribute. Oh, that's awesome. Well. Component type dot get custom attribute. Oh, it's attributes. No, there is a custom attribute, I guess. Yes. Cool. All right, and we want the ECS component attribute, component ID, possibly null reference. This is null, we've got to throw, but this will throw before we... Okay, so then we're going to have to validate it beforehand. So we're going to make sure this exists. I guess it's not different from throwing explicitly. All right, let's try this. Yeah. And then before I forget, let's go change that other code that I have in here. This should say return component type dot get custom attribute serializable attribute. That's slightly less verbose. We saved what? 13 characters. Yeah. Nice. Okay, let's try that. It should just serialize a health component properly. Everything else should probably be broken. In fact, it will break. Yeah, there's no way this can work. So let's go see the error. I need them all the way. Yeah, it fails here, and it fails with some error saying we don't have a thing for some. Yeah, it doesn't tell us what. But I know I didn't manifest them all. So now I don't know an easy way to manifest them all. Do I have that list of components? I do, but it's not like... Wait, this isn't all of them? This is all of them? Yeah, delete this. Oh, I guess we could just search for what I had searched for earlier. Public, doesn't really matter what we type there because we got to type it over here. Yeah, we just go through these and we copy paste that. ECS component. abilities component. Yeah. So we're gonna copy paste that everywhere. Problem is we also need to import. Yeah. Adventurer. It's not deleting these, which is too bad. I guess we could have also searched for serializable, or just do this in reverse order. No, that won't work. Can I open all these tabs at once? Well, whatever. Guess not. All right, ECS component, animated sprite component. Probably would have been easier to just do a find and replace of this with the ECS component thing above it. How's the keyboard? All good, or anything you don't like about it? I think it's all good. There are still some changes I would make, and it's not that I explicitly dislike this. I'd probably opt for wireless. I would probably have actually like properly soldered the LEDs because it doesn't fully work when I turn them on. You can see the left half is working, but the right half doesn't work. I soldered them; they just aren't working. And I'd add an encoder. Does open an editor at the top open them all? No, this just opens up the search results in the editor. So yeah, anyway, it's not too bad. Oh, you can't navigate to the... Wait, what? How do you go from here to... Huh, interesting. That open an editor is actually really useful. It's just not exactly what I want. It's annoying. Only because I had to do this like 26 times. Might as well stop complaining and just do it. Belongs to shop component. Oh, that doesn't delete the whole comment. Interesting. Corresponds to adventure component. Okay, delete, delete, delete. Yeah, so once this is all there, this is going to make it resilient to name changes, which is the whole reason why I did this. Oh, we need to make sure these are unique too. I gotta put that in here. Make sure they're all unique and all accounted for. Although I think those two things are redundant, but whatever. Yeah, so right now we're saving it as like health component right in the save file. And as I mentioned earlier, if we ever renamed it to something like life component, it would just break everyone's save files. And if you have some awareness about it, it really doesn't matter what you do. You could just write a save file migration. But if you have no awareness, then this is probably slightly better because you don't need to be as cognizant of what you're touching in the code. Whereas I think enums are always like a, hey, warning, warning, don't change this. Flip H based on direction. I think only projectiles even use that. Okay, we have, what, like 10 of these left? I mean, it's not too bad. Grid position component. If all we need this for is the save system, why am I doing any of this? Yeah, this, like, we're never gonna touch these other ones. So if we already had serializable, we could just indicate that this means that it's serializable and that this is what we're serializing it with. This is potentially better in some cases. For example, if I'm going to check to see if we have duplicate components and I can just search by ID, that would be nice. What? Huh, it's giving this error on both of these fields. Probably because of a stale line reference. All right, what is this? Money component. Like I said, almost done. This is part of the whole just being productive thing. I think I'm just gonna start naming my streams differently. Like, I don't want to write that I'm working on a save system for 4 days. And I think that just makes me focus on how long I've been working on something for. I'll still be keeping a journal, so I guess I'll know through there. Put That's less in your face than the stream title. Target item display component, target location component. All right, we just have 4 more. Then we just gotta make sure we did this correctly. But I have an idea for how we can speed that up. Untargetable. Helper component. So this is one of the test ones. And secondary helper component is the other test one. All right, so the way we can make this faster is we can just search for this again, open an editor, and then watch this. There we go. So now every public class, this name should match this name. So we do that, delete this stuff, this. I accidentally messed up the disappears at battle stage end, so we'll just manually check that one. So now as long as these names all match, we should be good. And the easiest way to check this is actually kind of interesting. We just press enter here. So we went from 25 lines to 50 lines. And now we just make them all unique. And if we go back to 25 lines, it means we had 25 duplicates. And we do. So we just go manually check that one that I mentioned went too far. What was it? Disappears at this one. Yeah. Yep. Cool. And that's how we know we did it all correctly. And now the game should actually function. So if I save the game and then go look at the save file, now components get saved with type 0, type 13, type 3. This makes it less human readable. We could also persist the name and just ignore it. And maybe we only persist the name when it is a debug build. That way our save files make it obvious. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. So I don't know how we would do that. We need this to be conditionally JSON ignored, and it needs to be conditionally ignored at runtime. You can probably manifest this at runtime though. Well, this is a nice to have, so I'll just write this down. Conditionally include the JSON ignore on component.name if we're in a debug build. It may be better to just remove the annotation conditionally or attribute, which you can probably do. I don't know for sure, but we'll try that out later. I don't want to poison this commit. All right, I think we're good. Now we need to validate this. So we don't have like an all component data or something like that, but we have a bunch of validators. So I guess we'll just make a component validator. Yeah, component validator, or maybe component ID validator. Validate all components have IDs. Oh, we don't have a way of getting all components. The only way we can do this is with reflection, which is what we do here, which I guess we could just do. And then we'll probably remake this, refactor it a little bit. So component types, get assemblies, select where is assignable from and is not abstract. And then iterate over all of this. Select many comes from link. This should do that. Yep, nice. IEnumerable. Good. Now we iterate over all of them. And make sure that it has a component ID. Get custom attribute. This is the attribute. I guess let's get that first. ECS component attribute. delete this. All right, so if that's null, then throw an exception does not have a component ID attribute. It's not even component ID attribute, it's an ECS component attribute, which even that technically we could say name of. Yeah. And then we need to make sure it has a component ID and that we've seen all of the component IDs. So dictionary of component ID. Actually, no, just a hash set. It's fine. Hash set component ID, component IDs. Now, if component IDs contains it already, we have a duplicate, and then we want to add it. Component IDs dot add. And then at the end of this, we want to make sure that we have the right number of component IDs, right? What is component types? No, that's not technically correct. We want to make sure that, well, I guess we want to make sure that we found the right number of components, but then also that we found the right number of IDs. Count is not equal to component enum.values. Yeah, that component ID dot count dot length. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Component ID is a type, which is not valid in the current. No, that's what that's supposed to be valid. Enum.get values. Am I not doing that right? Is it not called get values? Why don't I see this? Oh, it's generic. Yeah. Okay. Then we can simplify this check. Have it just throw if it doesn't exist. Fix using Copilot. Semicolon expected. There we go. Possible multiple enumerations. Consider using an implementation that avoids multiple enumerations. I wonder how that's possibly multiple enumerations. Use implicit type, convert to link. Var versus type. They're all types though. Yeah. Well, we could just put a to list here. No, still multiple enumerations? What? I have never seen that before. Huh. Your if below calls count on it? Oh, that's why. Interesting. Oh, okay. Well, let's just get it as a list. I read only list type, component types list. Then use that here and here. Okay, then we just need to call this from somewhere. Validate dot star parenthesis. Yeah, I don't like that this is where it is, but component validator. Ooh, all right, let's try running. See what happens. Let's also close this. There. So we should launch with no error. Yep, looks good. Now let's force there to be an error. So I'm going to go to health component. I am health component, and we're going to manifest the same ID as literally anything else. So I guess target location component. Sure. And it should give us an error. It probably won't be a very descriptive error by telling us which one's duplicated. But at that point, you can just set a breakpoint. Did it error? It better have. Yeah. Component, target location component. Oh, it does tell you exactly. Oh, that's nice. All right, and now let's say we didn't manifest one at all. This is going to fail with a different error. Yeah, this will fail with a different error. What does this one say? Health component does not have an attribute. Perfect. And then there's one last error we need to check for. which is in component ID. We add in a new component, whatever, it's 26, and we try running that. And now it should say that we're not using all the IDs. But this one I think is going to be more vague. I don't think it's going to tell you exactly what's wrong. Excuse me. It still says target location component has a duplicate ID. Does it? Did I not? No, I never. Whoops. Okay, well, then my bad. I just forgot to undo that. Let's try this. This should be the last error that I was talking about. Component IDs are not contiguous. Clearly didn't read what the AI was saying. Yeah, so, what does this mean? Component IDs.count. Component IDs are what we found. So let's call this found component IDs or seen component IDs. No, found I think is good. All right, so if you did not find as many as we found types, what does that even mean? It means that not every component has an ID, which would have been caught by this. So I think that's technically not possible. Yeah, I don't think you can hit this. Okay, so let's delete that. Not all component IDs in the enum are used by a component. I don't think we'd ever want this to be the case, which is why we're throwing an exception. It would mean that we manifested an ID that has no corresponding component to it. Yeah, not all component IDs are used. All right, now let's go fix that problem. Rerun, and we should see no errors. Good. So validate at runtime, make sure they're unique and accounted for. You just type discriminator, just use the IDs. Yeah, so the only thing I think I don't like about what I've done is this line right here. Well, the whole code line. And the reason why I don't like it is because it exists in two places. So let's go consolidate it down to one. I do not know where it should go, but the resolver uses it too to get all component types. Oh, this can be static. But where do you go? Maybe component.get all component types? Doesn't probably really belong there, but it's as good a place as any. Public static. What does this even return? An I enumerable. Get all component types. That might be the correct code, but I'm just going to copy paste this anyway. So return that. Hey, Ruben. Switch back to not using Copilot. Overall, you're not faster while some skills start to atrophy. The overall you're not faster part, I mean, that is very much up to the individual, right? Like I could imagine a new developer having to read the code, messing up, having bugs, etc. But so many times I feel like I'm about to type a line and it just types the exact correct line. So I feel like it is saving me time. The skills atrophying part could be the case, but again, I feel like I'm using it as an autocomplete. And we had a conversation about this on Discord too. I guess my last thought on this topic for now is if your tool is reliable and always gives you a result that you can pretty much count on. I know AI is never going to be 100%, but let's say it's like 85%. So you can mostly rely on it. Then I think letting the skills atrophy if you are getting a speed boost is potentially a worthwhile trade-off. And it all depends on what you're trying to do. But yeah, I think it's helping. So this is get all component types. I want to put this here, but then we need to do another check on this. component, get all component types, dot where it is serializable. The name P does not exist. Oh, what? Did I delete that? Oh, I did delete that. Whoops. And then we can delete this. Nice. Okay, that looks a lot better. Get all component types where it's serializable. Call toArray on it. We don't even need that toArray. I don't know why that's done. This could have just been enumerable type. Yeah, in fact, we could have gotten rid of an import by doing this. But I think that's fine. So this is serializable component types. Drat. The variable name is too long to put it all in one line now. Serializable components? No, it's still too long. Oh, man. Well, fine. Whatever. I'll just go with the descriptive name. So then this can do this too. Component types. All we care about are the component types. So we can do component.get all component types. And then we get a list so that we can get the count of that list. Yeah, I might as well just put this here. Num component types, do this, put this here. Oh, wait, we don't do that check anymore. Yeah, what am I doing? We don't need that. Wait a second, then we don't even need this to be a to list on this, right? Did I delete that? I did delete that. Oh. Well. There we go. All right, I think this function is much cleaner now. So let's look through it. We are just getting every single component that exists, making sure it has an attribute, making sure that we haven't duplicated the attributes, and then making sure that we've specified every attribute. I think that looks good. I think this needs a comment. It's all concrete classes derived from component. We don't care about the serializable part. Domain, get assembly, yeah. Yeah. Cool. All right, there's a whole bunch of validate nonsense that's going on in here. Yeah, this run debug functions. Oh, right, because I guess this doesn't need to happen every single time you start. But I don't want this stuff in town. I don't think this belongs here. I think there should be some like runtime validator thing, and that's what we should put there. So I'll just write this down somewhere down here. Move all of the validation functions from town into a separate function and call that in a separate file. Most have a bias while using it, where it's easier to identify the helpful parts as opposed to the negatives. People I mentioned only found out after specific experimentation. The thing is, you can't tell when something saves or costs you time just with computerized metrics. Like, you don't know what would have happened if you had accepted or hadn't accepted a suggestion. So I don't know how they're measuring that the trade-offs aren't worth it. Like I said, you can measure how many times you fix a blob of code, but maybe while fixing that blob of code, the AI suggested a portion of it that you hadn't thought of that saved you a bug that would have cost you 10 hours down the line. It's not measurable in that way. Like, to be a little bit more concrete about this, imagine you write a sum function, x comma y, and that's what the AI just suggested. But let's say it had suggested something like this. If x is, I don't know, like greater than, what's the example? I guess a binary search is better, maybe. There was this thing where at some point in the binary search, you do like x plus y divided by 2, and you don't check if this is going to overflow the maximum integer size, which would then ruin the division. And there were a bunch of like binary search implementations that had a problem. Anyway, let's say your AI suggested like, hey, you should check for this thing. That's the kind of thing that could save you time down the road. Even if you don't end up fully accepting the suggestion, you just accept that one if statement. But yeah, it's very hard to know that that saved you time because you wouldn't even have it on your radar. You would have just not had a bug. All right, yeah, I think we can check this in. Why did I delete it if I hadn't finished it already, though? Save location, consider saving those things. Also, we got about an hour before mentoring, which means I gotta be really mindful of that time. Hey, Marsky. Could I ask you what I think is a somewhat easy programming question? Yeah, sure. Totally. What do we do here? This is just to mark that there is a particular, yeah, so this marks that a component has a certain ID associated with it. We could have done this in the, oh, I hate typing these things out, component constructor. And this got the right component, right? Yeah. But this is, no, I don't want that. Could have done this in the component constructor. I want to mention that this has to do with the save system. But it's only for fetching the component types, which is what our resolver needs. Yeah. But our save system needs to know the ID of a component based on its type, not based on an instance of that component. Yeah, and then italicize this. Just very specific, looking at their behavior, looking at recordings of themselves. Yeah, but that's what I'm arguing. I think even with a scientific measurement, you couldn't know. I guess, again, let's just consider a really simple example. You have function foo, and you have the AI types this, like if obscure bug, avoid that bug. So you might not even think about this. This might have just been like, oh yeah, of course that's obvious. But let's say you didn't have the suggestion and had not thought of this at all. And now you spend 2 hours debugging it. So you might measure this and you might be like, oh yeah, the AI is slowing me down. It's suggesting obvious stuff. Like I had to read this. But this could have cost you 2 hours. It could have cost you 12 hours. It could have cost the entire team a whole refactor down the line. It's not possible to know. How do you structure your code with multiple layers like this? How do all your tabs coordinate together? I know some coding basics, but I'm not sure how to structure properly like you. I'm not totally sure if you're talking about files and folders or if you're talking about the sort of code design, like classes, design patterns. I'm happy to talk about either one, but are you talking more about one or the other? Yeah, maybe code architecture. Did I finish writing that comment, by the way? Yes, but I didn't ever format it. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I'm like, why is this class here twice? I apparently accidentally saved it. Component attribute. Okay, let's close out of this stuff. Yeah, this one shouldn't exist. Yeah, that's deleted. Yep. Yep. Code design where you have town and also component attributes. I'm not sure how these all jive together properly. Yeah, so I think you are kind of talking about the architecture. And I think there's quite a lot here. So I don't necessarily think this is simple. So if I don't go into the detail you want, definitely let me know. I'm happy to expand. But I think part of this is understanding what is the responsibility of a function or class, and then try to keep related responsibilities together. And part of any, like, if you think about it, a class is a bundle of state and functions. And you need to consider what is the proper encapsulation of that, what is public, what is private. So what's an implementation detail that outsiders don't care about? For example, if you imagine just a really brief example, maybe a bank would have a function for a deposit and maybe it would have a function for withdrawal. But maybe there's some sort of like anti-fraud thing. And when you make a deposit or withdrawal, it needs to contact some third service and ask like, should this person be able to do this? Is this possibly fraudulent? Is there any suspicious behavior here? Like that's not something that you as a caller of a bank class might care about. You want it to be secure, sure, but you don't care how they do it. So that's another part of this too. Just then as far as thinking of like how to do things, that's where a lot of design patterns come in. So for example, I keep mentioning ECS, it stands for Entity Component System. A lot of what this lets you do is instead of saying like, okay, you've got a monster in the game, they have health and they have, I don't know, an attack that they can do, and you have a player in the game and they have health and they have an attack. You might be like, oh, these are pretty similar. They're just pretty much the same class right now. While a monster might have AI and a player might have input, and controller input, let's say. And you might consider, okay, well, there's only this little difference. So let's just put some if statements in both of them. Well, now you end up adding some like controllable monster, which has some amount of like AI and input. And now this sort of breaks down, and like an inheritance hierarchy doesn't work exactly as well. So this is where you start considering different things. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is kind of answering your question or not. Are there software out there that redact documents and photo IDs? If there are, what would you recommend? You mean like it's on your computer and you just want to remove some portions of the document? Because I was going to say, the most straightforward way if you want to redact some part of a photo is just delete those pixels. Because there are people who've tried like swirl filters that can be undone. So it's just completely obscure or completely delete. But maybe you're saying like you want it to automatically find anything that's potentially sensitive, in which case that I don't know about. You could potentially just use AI for that, like feed in the document and say, hey, can you find any personal information here? Although then you're trusting whatever AI service with that personal information. And Marcy, like I said, I'm happy to expand on any of that if you want. Other way as well, it produces the bugs you hunt down for hours. I'm not saying they're objectively correct. No. All I'm saying, I agree with you that could happen. I'm saying you can't measure it. So the part where you mentioned, where is it? Yeah, the people I mentioned only found out after specific experimentation. I doubt they came to that conclusion in an unambiguous way. Like they might have cut out more of the benefits than they cut out disadvantages. They might have done the opposite. So yeah, I think it's tough. And I think a lot of it comes down to the individual person. But I think in the end, here's what's nice about this is like AI is certainly a choice. You can use it. You don't have to use it. I don't feel like there's been enough of a meta shift in programming yet where there is pressure to use it or pressure to be good with it. So if it's hurting somebody or they even perceive that it's hurting them, then they shouldn't use it. That's all. It's as simple as that. I don't think this can happen forever, though. I think that eventually there will probably be pressure to use it. I think once AI gets better and people are like, whoa, hey, you're writing your own whatever CRUD API or you're writing your own unit test or something, like, no, that's something for the AI to do. You shouldn't be handling that. That's when I think there will be pressure to do something that someone might not be comfortable with. And you see this a lot in gaming for sure. No, I know you said it wasn't measured, but then how did they find out through experimentation? If you can't measure an outcome, then how did they conclude something? That was the first channel you followed 7 years ago. Wow. Well, welcome back. I feel like I've probably unfollowed whoever I first followed on Twitch. Anyway, Riven, I think we probably agree that AI isn't universally helpful yet. And that's what I was saying, like you can choose to use it. But maybe what we disagree on is I guess what I'm trying to say, my like thesis statement here is AI is speeding up some devs' workflows. So I think if you were, or your friends were taking the point that like it can't help anybody, it's always going to hurt in the long run, I disagree with that. So yeah, I think it can help in the long run. And so if we're on the same page, we're on the same page. I'm not trying to be combative or anything. pressure to use it where I work so that they can evaluate and improve it, but it feels off since the AI needs to exclude its own output. Yeah, but that pressure, I guess what I'm saying is like, I don't feel like this is widespread yet. And I think even your company, after they evaluate it, they might say, well, unless you work for an AI company, I guess that's different. You probably have pressure there. But then you have pressure at pretty much every company you work at to make sure the product is good. And I think that's different. So assuming you're working outside of AI and you're trying to use a product to evaluate it, I think that can be like a temporary pressure. Yeah. Okay, let's keep looking through this, and then I want to take another break, and then actually maybe we should hold off on the break until right before mentoring, just to make it so I'm not taking 2 breaks in like half an hour. All right, I need to test saving and loading. A lot of these are just gonna be this one change, and I already validated this through code. So let's just scroll down and see where we get to the next change. Here, that looks good. Yeah, that looks good. So we have changed type discriminators from strings to an enumeration value. Excuse me. All right, let's try saving and loading. Make sure that works. Otherwise, we're in bad shape. Just waiting for the ruling that's going to make any AI-generated code public domain. Yeah. Who knows? All right, so that guy's holding a potion. Sure. No errors. Looks like they loaded just fine. I'm going to save again. Now that person's holding a potion. Still holding a potion. We have $6. We're going to grant money, save, load. We have 10,006. Hire 2 adventurers. We did not get the cleric. So if I save and load, we do not have the cleric, right? Yeah. Warrior, I saw. Rogue. Mage should be there. Yep. We have our worker. And let's try skill points. We're going to just put 5 points in quicker strike. Save and load. And we have 5 points in quicker strike. And then let's just try one more time. We're going to start the game again. And we're going to load. And it should be the same thing. Yep, good. Cool. Yeah, so I don't think I broke anything. Add component ID. This gets saved as the type discriminator for components. That way, saving and loading is more resilient to name changes for the individual component classes. E.g., if we ever renamed health component to life component, we would have broken the old save format. Okay, commit that. Next, instead of overwriting components, maybe just don't init the entity. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, chugging coffee. Just glancing at something and saying, I don't think it broke anything. But I know the scope of the change that I just did. And as long as we have in the save file, we have these types being saved as integers, I think this is fine. Now, where this would break, and this is what I was saying earlier, is like, okay, let's say we just change shopkeep component to be the number 26. Well, now, if we saved one of those things, it won't just know that it's 26. But I think that there's enough awareness in this code base around like, hey, don't touch these numbers. And if you didn't have the numbers, then you'd be able to just add in something else here, some new component, and put a comma. And now this would reorder all of the ones afterward, which could potentially break a lot as well. So yeah, I think everything should be good. So adventurers init could be skipped entirely. If I could type this without 2 V's. Wrong adventurer. Oh my goodness, where is this thing? There. So its init only adds components that we end up saving. Yeah, so we need the concept of, are we loading this thing or are we making it for the very first time? I don't know if this is even work that's worth doing. We have a function that overwrites components, but I suspect at some point in the future we might want duplicate components. I could just write a note about this. Why would that, how would this have even helped? This isn't even correct. But yeah, this part is correct, and this is technically unnecessary work, but I think I'm just gonna write a note about this in the future. Do we have in the issues here something about duplicated components? No. Maybe multiple? No, and I'll just search for one more thing, which is just component. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Okay, I'm gonna make a new issue. And we're just gonna say allowing for duplicate components. Keyword multiple components of the same type. All right, so I don't know that we even have a need for this. For example, we want to allow, well, we wanted to allow for multiple effects on an entity. So we made one component to put all of the effects. This could probably just be done every time we need something similar in the future. Actually, wait a second. Could it be? I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah. So if we ever don't want that and decide that we need multiple components of the same type, then this issue is to track any non-obvious work that we would have to do. So you have to build your own ORM for saving event, essentially. Yes, sort of. I was going to say C# handles a lot of it for us with the JSON serializers and deserializers. So it'll handle the right types being there. Yeah, this thing that I'm talking about right now is, so entities are just a bunch of components. So in this case, Adventurer has things like an animated sprite component and a health component. It has more, but these are in two categories. This category is like stuff that works on graphics that stuff that doesn't need to be saved and stuff that needs to be saved. So we didn't save how much health you have left. There's no way to just figure that out ourselves, right? You might have 67 health. You might have 400 health. We can only tell you how much max health you might have. But this, like, we know what sprite the rogue should look like, so we don't need to save that. We can add that at runtime. What I was going to do here is make it so that we just load in all components, which we can't exactly do right now. We have to overwrite certain components. Stuff that state you need to serialize versus generate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Where is overwrite? Oh, I put in the other thing. ECS save functions. Yeah, overwrite. Yeah, this. So remove component by name, add component. I guess this would just naturally break in the future. At the time of writing, we load entities from a save file by overwriting any components that already existed. That way we don't have to be too careful about first time creation versus loading an entity. For example, an adventurer adds its own health component, but we also, which we then overwrite with the one from the save data. And I'll say functions like remove component by name should probably error if there are multiple with that name. Because there should be a remove all components by name or something. Yeah, in general, just look at the save functions. Okay, so I'm going to put this here, submit new issue, but then I'm going to close this. Closing this since this is just to track what work would need to be done, but we don't actually need the work yet. There. Okay. I know what I said about breaks, but I think I am going to take a break now. Yeah. I think most of the rest of this is just organizational work. Should be somewhat easy. It's actually on your end. They've migrated. All right. I will be back in just a little bit. Is it jump time? Break, break, break. It's jump time. Hey again. Hey Andre. You just type join to join. So just literally the word join. You see my character pop in, and you can start jumping around. And yeah, I see people joining behind me. I'm about to close the game. Yeah. So sorry. But you can play next time. Okay, so make sure file names and locations make sense. I wanted this stuff to be in a save folder. I don't think we did anything like that. Save. Maybe saves. Save system. Save system. Save system. Yeah, save system. I like that. Pause screen channels on GDQ are actually open source and they welcome contributions. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. I guess I haven't watched GDQ live in a very long time. I mostly just watch on YouTube for any games I'm interested in. Yeah, the jump power, the reason why we made it optional is because not many people were using it at anything other than 100. But yeah, I think you can avoid using it mostly and still get pretty good. All right, so where'd I put all this stuff? I put it all into here. Oh, is there any easy way to change this? I don't know, but everything's by namespace anyway, so I guess we would just have to change the namespace. Like if I put this over here in save system, does the game stop working? Hey, Matthew, I'm doing well. Jump power's handy when there's a ceiling or wall. Yeah. Yeah. How are you doing, Matthew? Okay, so I want to move everything in there. All save data. What is all save data? What is this? Oh, okay, fine. Town save data. Storeroom save data. I should probably just look at all of these. Yeah. This is all needed by that. I was doing this one at a time because I just didn't think that there were that many of them, but there are. Is this Unity? No, this is Godot. All right, any other save related stuff that belongs over there? Man, at this point it's hard to be able to tell. I guess I would need to diff between the original code that we have. How do we get... Whoa, I did not know you could do that. You can... Wow, that's pretty coul. Yeah, you can see the diffs. I just wanted the commit hash. How do we get that from in here? I don't know. Well, whatever. That's why there was git log. So git log. We just need to go back to... Where's the save system? No, it was above this. No, what? I see... Oh, there were two change UIDs. That's why I can't find it, because it was below that one, but above this one. So there's the commit hash. So now how do you git diff current against commit hash? It's probably just git diff and then the hash. But I don't know. I'll just try it. Okay, yeah, except for I actually wanted to get status that git c changed files since a commit. Change files between commits. Here we go. -- name only. That's what I want. Yes, perfect. Okay. Yeah, Godot can use C#. It doesn't have to. And it can do 3D as well. Yeah. 3D if you see really sharp. Get out. All right, so here are all of the files. The reason I wanted to get this is because I want to see which ones need to be in the save system. So none of these. Not this stuff. This is questionable. This is both ECS and save related. So I'm going to keep it in the ECS side of things. I think that's fine though. Entity factory, yeah, I think that's fine. It's all good. This is fine. Yep. All right, all this stuff I think we already moved. Yeah, so I don't need that anymore. Character selector. Yeah, that's fine, 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 fine. Fine. And then what is this? Attributes. Yeah, fine. Okay, cool. So we moved everything then. All right, now that we've moved everything, we need to go move the namespaces. So let's close that and then copy everything into here. And then just change this to save system. Oh, and now we gotta pull in all these things. Okay, fine, whatever. All right, how about we just change this everywhere for now so I can get this off my clipboard? There we go. Now we just need to fix up all the imports that we have. That it's fine. This is now in a different spot. That's the only import that can be broken, by the way, is towns, because I moved it from that. Yep, those all look good. Cool. So now the question is about file names. Make sure file names make sense. Let's check that in to make sure it works, I guess. Error exists after trying to build. Storeroom.c. Oh, right, of course. Right. Anything that was referencing that now needs to change, huh? Storeroom save data. Yeah. Town save data. Any others? Yes, there are some others. Shop save data. Yeah. Yeah, I just got to go through all of these. Oh, that is everything. Okay, so now there should just be warnings about unused imports, which we can just fix via .NET format. Yeah, I got to make sure that I'm prepping for mentoring in about 25 minutes because I need to read all of my notes from last time. I don't know how many people actually remember this or care, but Beardage is the person I'm mentoring today, and he had asked last time, hey, can you prep a system design interview? And I was going to, but then he messaged me over the weekend and said, hey, I didn't have time to prepare for it. So what if we just did a regular session? And I said, yeah, that sounds good. I should have phrased it the other way around and not made it sound like, I just dropped the ball. I'm not saying he dropped the ball either. Nobody dropped the ball. But I especially didn't drop the ball. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's try running this. Thank you, boy. Yeah, the ball was on the floor the whole time. I actually had prepared a tiny bit for it. I just hadn't finished preparing. And it'll probably just be the next session anyway, assuming he gets time. Okay, yeah. I mean, it looks like things are good. Yeah. Been watching your YouTube for a while. Oh, cool. The live stream videos or the like pre-recorded videos that I do? I do also, well, I guess you must know this if you've been watching on YouTube, but I also stream on YouTube. Pre-recorded ones. Okay, I see. Yeah, nice. Did you just stumble on them on YouTube, or did somebody share them with you? I'm just curious. Either way, welcome into the stream. I've been streaming for, I guess, many years, except for a tiny break where I went to work for Google, just 3 years. But I'm back now. Stumbled across on the algorithm. Cool, yeah. Yeah, I haven't made new ones in a little while. I was on vacation for about 3 weeks, and then I was sick for about 2 weeks. And that was maybe 2 weeks ago or something like that. Yeah. I just haven't gotten back in the swing of things yet. This summer is a very busy summer for me. Gonna snap in your direction and boost you over. I mean, maybe. I don't really think my videos are that widely consumable. They're somewhat niche topics sometimes. And while I think that people would enjoy watching them, they don't have the production quality of a lot of other channels. Like, I just want to spend no longer than 1 day making each video. And there's only so much I can do in that time. Yeah. I like the videos. There are things I think I could have done better in some of them, but I mean, production quality aside, obviously the production quality could be better. But ways I could have explained things or or details I could have omitted or added. I didn't actually change any code here. I just changed locations. So I think this should be fine to do. Yeah. And I think that content has a home, and I think people will hopefully like it. And I'll get back to making some new videos at some point. By the way, Qboy, if you've only seen my YouTube channel and only the pre-recorded videos, then you probably don't even know what I'm doing here because I've been working on this for a while, but I only vaguely mentioned it on YouTube. But I'm making a game called Skeleseller, and I don't have it open right now. I'll give you the quick run through here. And for anyone who has been lurking and has been like, what is he working on? So in this game, you run a town and you hire adventurers to do battle for you. And when they win these battles, which I'm just going to force right now, then they produce items and you will go sell these in the shops that you have. There are these customers wandering around with a certain amount of money, and they'll just go buy these items, and you can use them to hire more adventurers, upgrade your town. Almost everything is automated in this game. So you are going to be choosing what battles you go to and which adventurers you hire and, you know, which quests you're doing maybe, but then that stuff just kind of plays out automatically. I know your dream is to work at Google. Yeah, and I kind of mentioned this in the video. I don't think that should not be someone's dream if it's their dream. I just think there is a certain kind of person who thrives in an environment like that, and it's not everybody. I don't even necessarily need to thrive. You just need to, you know, do well enough sometimes. I don't think everyone needs to be super career oriented or try to rocket to the top. But I think there are some misconceptions about working at companies like that. Okay, so relocate save related files. This shouldn't change any functionality. Now file names. File names, I think all save data sounds weird. These other ones are all fine. JSON type resolver might be a little bit weird as well. What is this doing? It's a polymorphic type resolver. Okay, it is a JSON type resolver. I think it's fine. Experience and working in there must be different. Yeah, and it is still, there's a lot that's cool from the inside as well. That's why I say it wasn't like it was all just terrible and I wanted to leave or something. I don't think I was a good fit for it. Do people sometimes ask you if AI is going to take our jobs? Yeah. Yeah. I think any vaguely tech related question people have probably asked at this point. Hey, Pressel. And actually, I was thinking about making some videos on those sorts of topics. In fact, I probably should at some point. Should probably make videos on the topics that keep coming up. My opinion on AI, productivity, junior devs, whether it will take our jobs. I don't know about anything else with that. College, like, is college a good choice? Maybe college versus boot camp versus versus self-guided, the right choice. People ask that quite a lot. What else? What MacBook do I have? I use a Mac Studio. Yeah, everything I use for streaming is in this sheet, and I try to include cost and links. And I think very few are Amazon affiliate links. I just kind of gave up on a lot of that a while ago. So it's only the stuff that I've had in here for ages. I think the new stuff, I just don't even use that. Did I learn myself or through school? I learned through school. I went to college for 4 years and I got a bunch of internships, and I think that was the right choice for me. I think that is an environment that I learned quite well in. And since then, I clearly am learning a lot of things, but outside of school. So now I feel like I've set up the foundation for myself to be able to learn. But yeah, back then, I think if I hadn't had schooling, I would have just been like, yeah, I'm just going to waste this time. So yeah, that's part of why I don't think it's a clear-cut decision for everybody. And maybe I should talk about, I'll write this right here, but bias that companies or interviewers may have. Choosing the right structure for you and testing out the self-guided way on your own, if you're asking that question. Did I have a MacBook at Google? Yeah, it was funny because they asked before I joined, hey, what do you want? Do you want Windows, Mac, or Linux? And I was like, I want Linux. And they sent me a MacBook for some reason. So I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll just use this. Here without college, you won't get hired as a software engineer. I live in Spain. Yeah. And that's part of this. It's like I should probably write US versus rest of the world, e.g. this message. Yeah. Yeah. I was looking through file names. Let me just make sure the rest of this makes sense. I think all that's fine. I'm not gonna, yeah, I think all that's fine. All right, cool. M3 Air is pretty nice. Just got one of those. Oh, cool. Yeah, also, hey, Daydreamer. So as I mentioned, I think a lot of the rest of these are like straightforward enough. I think the one I definitely want is the camera thing. Where is that? Where are you, camera task? There you are. Yeah, I want to go do this. So in my mind, this goes into town save data. So we're going to put in a public vector to camera position. And we need the camera zoom as well. I think it's a float. It's got to be a float, right? Camera. Oops, I nudged that right off the screen. Zoom is a float, yes. Public float camera zoom. All right, now let's go save these things. This should be dead simple. I hope this does not take a lot of time because it should just be camera position. So we don't have a reference to the camera in here. That is fine. Let's just go look at this. There's the camera 2D. Okay, so then let's do that. Let's get camera 2D, camera equals get node. All right, where does this exist? We're in this. So it's town / camera 2D. So it's town node path / camera 2D. The compatibility. Oh, how hard is it? Oh, portability, I think you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I think laptops have gotten a lot lighter. I had this Inspiron laptop that I bought probably back in like 2012, and that thing weighed so much. And it's not really a problem too much, but it's like if you bring it on a plane or something, that's where I think you don't want to carry an extra 7 pounds on your back. All right, so camera position, and then camera zoom is that what I want? Camera, where's the zoom? Oh, the zoom is something built in. Yeah, so that should work. Okay. Now, somehow, I imported the wrong vector, which I constantly do, because it's not the first choice. If it's not the first choice, I don't read it. All right, why is camera zoom a problem here? Cannot implicitly... Oh, it's a vector? Oh. I did not realize. Okay, so that's that. And then loading it. We're going to say camera.position equals camera position, and then zoom equals camera zoom. That should do it. Let's go try that out. All right, so if I just zoom in on the shopkeep over here, and then save, and then move somewhere else and zoom out, and then load. Nice. Yeah, so now whenever I save, I can have exactly the same position, except the characters aren't saved to the same position, I guess. So if I'm zoomed in on the portal and I save and then I load, yeah. All right, I like that change quite a lot. It did crash, but that's okay. All right, next up, we just need to go save off the camera. Camera 2D camera equals null. Save this in ready. Let's copy it from here because it's this / camera 2D. What's the problem here? Oh, this camera 2D. Then in load and in save, we can just use that. Delete, delete. There. Cool. Try that one more time. I have only made YouTube videos, I guess, on really, well, this is entirely true, but I was going to say on 2 computers. And one was the Windows PC I used to be using for streaming. And then there's this Mac Studio. And unfortunately, they were separated by about really 3 years. Like, I didn't really make YouTube videos while I was working at Google. So I don't really remember how the performance of the Windows PC was. But yeah, the Mac Studio seems to be pretty capable of rendering videos. I am always surprised when it struggles with tasks because I just kind of see it as a supercomputer. And I guess I haven't hit like critical load for it yet. How much experience do I have with Unity? I've probably used it for a total of maybe like 2 or 3 months. So not a lot of experience. I've made some like kind of basic prototype stuff in it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the biggest project is. There was some project I worked on years ago that was supposed to be sort of like an RTS that I started that I just never really made a lot of progress in. Mythical Linux gamer. I gotta pay attention to time. Yeah, I think I'm doing okay. Okay, yeah, I think this is working well. Let's zoom in here. Whoops, I meant to save it here. And then zoom out and load. Yeah. Good, 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 good. This was like the most important change for me. And I don't know why, if it was that easy, I didn't do it earlier. I guess because there was so much else to focus on. Save / load camera position. Yeah, not much else to say for that. All right, so is anything here hard? This might be a little difficult, and it's really not that important. So if it proves to be too hard, we'll just drop it. Custom save location should be pretty simple. Move all validate, that's dead simple. See if I can change how his loading is used. This might be a little bit hard. Yeah, and maybe we don't even do anything about that. File task to obfuscate the save file. Yeah, sure, we'll put this down in the file task stuff. Figure out what to do about collision. Yeah, I already did that. Move load out of game saver because it's not a save function, or just rename game saver. Yeah, it's easy. Then this is all just a bunch of file task stuff. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Kesha, how do I use Teams? I have only used it kind of coincidentally. Like the person I wanted to talk to said, hey, I've got Teams and I've got Zoom, and I have not ever used Zoom. So I was like, oh yeah, Teams, let's use that. So that's the only time I really used it. So I haven't had any problems with it. I haven't had any, yeah, I can't really talk about that stuff. But good luck figuring out your problem. All right, so conditionally include JSON ignore. Can you remove an attribute? Let's go to this JSON resolver because that's where we have some of this already. Let's close out of these things. And then in here, let's just do, let's see if it's even a function we can get. Component type dot remove attribute. There's get. There's just get. I don't know if there's maybe there's like a remove on the attribute itself. No, there isn't a remove. I don't think you can remove attributes. Yeah, I don't think you can. Let's look it up now. C# remove attribute. You cannot remove it at runtime. Okay, so then we have to add it at runtime, which I'm guessing we can do. Can we do that? Maybe we can't. Add attribute at runtime. Oh, if we can't, though, there will be a JSON equivalent of us being able to do this. It doesn't matter if we can or not. Type descriptor. Yeah, I think I'll just do this differently. Yeah, generally you can't modify it. Okay, I'm fine with not being able to modify it because usually we can do something equivalent on the JSON side of things. So C# add JSON ignore at runtime. There's almost certainly a way to do this. Ignore. So JSON ignore. How do we do it without the attribute? Oh, conditional exclusion. Condition property. Always, never. Oh, that's not. No, that's not really what I want. I need a runtime condition that is custom. Ignore all read-only properties. Ignore all. Default ignore condition. Can you overwrite it? This is probably just worth dropping the task at this point because it's already taken 2 minutes and I don't think it's worth it. You can probably remove the property by using the contract API. Yeah, I just don't think this is probably worth it. All I wanted to do here, and this is why this is so meaningless. We have these types for components. So this says type 10. The only way to know what type 10 is to go over to here and be like, oh, it's entity type. And then same thing for this. For some, it's going to be pretty obvious though, like this. It's got life and max life. Okay, I wonder what 13 is. Yep, it's a health component. And same thing here. It's like, oh, I see abilities. Must be an abilities component. Better to use Google, or is Chat GPT a good alternative when looking for stuff? You know, people use AI for a bunch of different things. And the one I've never really gotten on board with is searching for stuff. But yeah, people use things like Find, or yeah, Google I think has incorporated Gemini or something, and Bing has incorporated Copilot. And so if you want to use that sort of thing to search, I would just say try them both out and see which one you like. Some people do use that. I just haven't gotten in that habit for whatever reason. I guess a lot of what I end up searching for is either stuff I already know where it is. So like, you know, like Wikipedia, whatever, Spain, something like that. Where it's like, this is going to give me the result I want. And I just want to look at what's the population or something, you know? Or it's something that I feel is like a GitHub thing. Where I'm like, oh, where is the Godot GitHub? And I just type SGH and it auto-completes to site.github.com. That's an Espanso thing. Excuse me. Sometimes use AI for searching. You can use a Boolean should serialize to conditionally serialize. Oh, really? Finding default values. How does this work? This is something I'll have to override. Should serialize my font. How does this get... Excuse me, how does this get consumed? Wait, is this even... How does this get consumed? Yeah, I appreciate it, Go. I probably still won't do this just because it's not super important. Hi, Abby. Hey, Godeek. Use it for search because the Google search results have gone downhill in quality density. Yeah. How does that SGH thing work? Hi, Cat. Please do not step on my keyboard. I gotta switch into this stuff. The SGH stuff is all coming from Espanso. You can see all the expansions that I use here. So that one is probably, I don't know where it is actually. But yeah, there's a whole lot of things that I use, even just typing emojis, typing long words, typing something like SSO or SGH or SRC. There's a whole lot of that stuff, and it's pretty helpful. And you can use it for whatever little snippets of code you want to save. And it works everywhere on your OS. I don't really like typing. Yeah. And I use it for symbols a lot too, especially like the right arrow or the degree sign or something. So yeah, feel free to look through my configs and take some inspiration from there. All right, we're going to switch into mentoring, which means doing a whole lot of different stuff. The most important thing that it means is reading over my mentoring document. All right. So for those who are new to this kind of section, I have been mentoring a few different people now for a decent amount of time. And we started in December of last year. And I have 3 main mentees, and we're working our way on to session number 6 for all of them. So this is Beardage's 6th session. And what I do is I read through what happened in session 5 so that I can get context for myself. It is very, very difficult to tell you all of the context of this in the like 6 minutes I try to prepare. So this is mostly for me to just kind of refresh my memory. And hopefully enough is apparent during the session that you're not totally lost. But yeah, this is a sort of a difficult session to live stream, or section to live stream. Okay, so if you and your manager talk more about getting to staff level, he said his work has shifted more in that direction. He said there will be a point where he's limited in what he can do since he's not plugged into the product. Mentioned his manager was on board with Kyle joining meetings earlier in the product lifecycle, carving out milestones and evaluating features from an engineering perspective. Yeah, and I remember this went well. He started joining these product meetings, early stage meeting with high level engineers. So yeah, I guess this is one of the questions I have. Are the product meetings still happening? Are they still providing value? The meetings were great and have been super helpful already. Also provided valuable input already. Manager is pleased. Said the engineering team is much larger than the product team. Product team wants to think about the whole feature. Engineering couldn't necessarily put features behind a feature flag. Yep. Any feedback from others? Product team seems happy. Slicing up works. Feels it. Oh, there was a demo time or something, I think. I want to ask about that too. Project documents, less open-ended. Yeah, this is pretty good. Nice little small cultural change there. Is there another thing on your mind for things you can tackle? Some technology decisions that have been made that have been problematic, maybe problematic moving forward? Wants to start some kind of migration to another UI library. Yeah, I want to talk about what are the high-level projects that you've been working on. Well, proposing. You mentioned some like migrating to another UI library or fixing up some CSS plus JS tech decisions. Some are rough based on complaints and pain points. Yeah. How is the feature flag stuff going? Yeah, I mentioned that it definitely seems like principal level work. Our interview skills. Yeah, so I wrote that I should do a mock design interview. We're holding off on that still for next time. Well, probably next time. If something shifted to a pair programming session, start working on this and report back. If I don't end up providing value, we can go back to the career stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we're coming up on the end of the overall sessions because I said I wanted to do somewhere between 6 to 9 sessions. And it's always weird proposing a range. Like imagine if I said, hey, how much money do you want to be paid? We've got somewhere between like X to Y dollars. You'd be like, I want Y dollars, please. So I think if I asked the mentees, hey, how many sessions do you want? They'd probably be like 9 sessions, please. So I feel like I've said 6 to 9, but it's probably just 9 for everybody because unless someone's like, yeah, I feel like we're done. But I think there's still been value in what's been going on here. But actually, I probably should write that down for myself. Consider that mentees are coming to the 9 session mark. So figure out what we're doing about that and what I'm doing about mentoring in general. Do I want more mentees? Do I want it to be paid? Yeah, that's not a question for right now, though. All right, time management. Struggling with getting distracted. Context switching is causing him to lose time and efficiency. Oh, yeah, they had started using some program. What's that program called? Gather. Yeah, I want to ask about that. How has it been working with Gather enabled? Are people still actively using it? Is it still distracting you? And then there was something else that was discussed last time that I'm also now just remembering. I'm like dislodging the parts of my brain that had stored this. Was time management when it comes to East Coast people. or maybe not East Coast, maybe somewhere else. But yeah, Beardage felt some pressure to stay later. Where would I see been able to budget time differently? Delegate more, on call right now. Demo meeting is a lot of visibility. Likes to have tasks that provide demo fodder. Likes to research more than the IC work. Yeah. Okay. Do you ever had to pass off research spikes? Done it before, didn't go the way you wanted it to. This week is on call. Yeah, I think on call weeks are always different. I think any unusual circumstances can start changing things and make you wonder, oh, is this sustainable long term? But then the circumstances change again, and it turns out you don't need it to be sustainable long term. Yeah, not a big issue. Okay. Does like where things are landing. Likes having input earlier. Front end people were the last to work on a feature. These stressors are red flags. Yeah, gather. People in window time zones, Argentina, East Coast, West Coast. Yeah, so where did everything land on the work hours issue? There was pressure to specify your times. Did you talk to your manager about it? Yeah, are juniors still able to get the support they need? Okay, yeah, we're fine on time. Yep, talk to your manager, done both in office and remote. Gotta have a do not disturb, yep. Okay, written last time goal, live in this world of less obvious validation and still feel confident. He said it's less obvious than it was before when it was a concrete number of points. Comfortable with where it's at, still needs things to talk about in the demo meetings. Desire to have that output. Inherently motivated by validation, yeah. I feel like even more senior people need to get visibility. Yeah, okay. I think this is one of the things that can be tough with growing in a company. At first, you are given very concrete tasks. You complete the tasks. You're told, hey, you did well. There's like a very obvious link between what you're doing and then your performance reviews, I feel. And then as you grow in your career, you're tackling more ambiguous things. You're creating problems for other people. You're leading people. You're delegating. And I think it's harder to measure, okay, what exactly was my output? How did I have an impact here? And Kyle has mentioned this as being a bit of an issue for himself. He used to focus on, hey, how many sprint tasks am I doing? And then sprint tasks weren't the key metric any longer. So I think working in that world of less clear validation is important. And I wonder how these demo meetings fit into that. And yeah, I guess like, let's write unformed note, demo meetings for demo meetings. I guess I'll just write like validation versus need. They may not be the best use of time if the other senior people aren't doing them too. Hard to say. Okay, and then I'll just copy paste this. And then we'll start switching over. Yeah, cool. All right. Let's go read the rest of this. Yeah, there's always a bunch of little things to do here. Someday I will automate this. All right, Chrome, we need mentoring, stream prep. Then I need to open up chat so that people can see. I only show Twitch chat during these sessions because people aren't usually that active on YouTube ever in my stream. Not that I promote it anywhere really, so makes sense that it's not really that active. There we go. Okay, and then I just need Discord video set up. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yep. Document. We're done. We hid. Oh no, we didn't hide this. There we go. Hide that. And what's left? Yeah. So changing the title, today command, etc. Yeah. All right. Copy this. Today is Monday. Mentoring Kyle. This is their 6th session. And I'll go update the stream title. Yeah, I think these sessions can provide value for other people too. I just think we need to have gotten enough context out such that you know you're even in a situation like what Kyle's in. Now I got to remove all these tags. This is the part I don't like because I have to re-add the tags afterward. Done. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, I think I am all set and it is pretty much time. So let's start this thing. There we go. Get out of studio mode. All right, I'm going to give Kyle a call. I know you can't see anything yet. I'm going to fix that. There we go. Hey, Kyle. Can you hear me?
Hey. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hang on. You were quiet. Can you say something again?
Hello?
Oh, yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah, perfect. All right. Well, hi. Welcome to session number 6. How are you feeling?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Yeah. Things have been hectic, but I'm sure you've heard me talk about that enough. Yeah, you want to kick this off?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, we had decided not to do the system design interview today, but a bunch of stuff has kind of been happening, so there's a lot of stuff to talk about anyway. Did you want to recap first? Do you want to, because your questions are for last session, or like, you want to do that first, or?
I think we should cover what you've got, and then
Okay.
yeah, if there's time and there might be, then I can ask some of these things. But I want to make sure we cover what's most important to you.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So I don't know if it's like a shared thing, but my manager made a comment the other day that was like, your middle name is Refactor or something like, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Like, I think that like, my goal is to slowly improve the code base over time. I don't want to be like because there's like a person on the team,
Mm-hmm.
like a canonical, character on the team, like an archetype of somebody that like only wants to focus on cleanup stuff. And I don't want to be that, but I also feel like as a more senior person on the team, it's my responsibility to make sure we don't like code ourselves into a bad place. So I try to clean up and refactor like as I'm working on features,
Mm-hmm.
which may extend the timeline for the feature development, but I feel like is a compromise. So I don't know if it's like, should those be like separate tasks, or is it okay that I'm kind of like doing like mixing that in? I haven't gotten any negative feedback other than like that comment.
Yeah, well, so I didn't know the context of the comment, and you just said now I haven't gotten any negative feedback except for that comment. Was it said negatively?
I don't know if it's negative. I couldn't really tell if it was negative or not. Like, am I developing a reputation for releasing slower because I'm cleaning stuff up, or is it like, I'm like the street sweeper that makes sure that we don't get into a, too dirty of a spot?
Yeah, so I think there are a few things. Let me write some of this down. Instilling proper principles. So I wrote this first, that it's all a balance. If you were to only ever refactor code, you'll produce nothing and the company will slowly die out, right? And if you never refactor code, you'll end up with a ton of tech debt later down the line. And then people will make such slow progress that you'll wish you'd refactored in the past. So I definitely think there's a balance. For other people to be noticing probably means that you're skewing more toward refactoring than you should be, because even if your manager didn't mean it negatively, it's It was something that they felt the need to comment on. So there are a couple parts of this. One is, as you mentioned, there is still stuff that needs to be refactored. So at some point, the code base should be in a workable state, and you've got to figure out what that balance is between speed of developing and code quality. And it makes me wonder how much is happening at code review time. Like, you have a culture of code reviews you've mentioned. How is this stuff getting caught then?
Yeah, we usually will, like, in code reviews, we don't push back fully. So like, if there are issues, we try not to nitpick too much, but generally it's like we do small PRs. We're trying to skew towards small PRs. So it'll be like, oh, can you fix this in the next? Like, you should maybe do this way. Can you fix this in the next one? And so like that'll happen a lot. But then like there's been a couple of features I've worked on recently where it's like the what I need is like in another view, and I can refactor that code to be shared between the two, and so I'll do that. Um, and so I end up changing more than like the features code, um, and kind of like I've been thinking about. We have a lot of forms and stuff, so I'm trying to kind of like standardize how we're building like form components.
Yeah.
And involved in that is kind of like when I decide a new way of doing things, I kind of have to like update the old way. So um, there's the views that are similar to other views, and they're fetching in different ways, and it's kind of like we've created our debt, and now like I feel responsible for taking care of it, and so I'll try to
Mm.
fold that into feature work, if I can.
So, yeah, I think part of it is code review time. But what you said is like, hey, I'll fix this in a follow-up PR, almost makes it sound like it's I don't know, I guess there are two classes of tech debt. One that's identified during a code review, but that has nothing to do with what they're actually doing. And then the other is something that they are causing with that code review. So the times you ask other people to fix it, is it times when they're causing something?
Um, Usually I'm paired with a junior developer, and
Hmm.
so that will sometimes be the case where it's, they build everything in one component instead of breaking it into smaller ones with folders and stuff like that. And it'll be like, I'm not going to block this release because it's working, and you want to get it into main.
Yeah.
But uh, I think that rebases will be really complicated if we don't structure things into smaller pieces. So on the next one, can you like break things up? Um, and sometimes I do that work where I break things up. But I have been bringing it up in code reviews to kind of like teach them.
Okay. I think that's good. And then you said though that sometimes you take that work on. Is that expected? I feel like if there's a developer who has encountered something that needs to be fixed, that there should be that culture of you fix things when you see that they're broken.
Yeah. So I guess the case that I'm thinking of specifically is me and a junior developer are both working on a route,
Yeah.
and the route has a bunch of uh, features in parallel, but the page organization, like the route organization, hasn't really been established yet.
Hmm.
So they were working on it before me. They kind of like put everything into one big file, and then I got onto a feature and I was like, I can't, I can't put all everything into this big file. Like, I'm gonna start breaking things out. But then they keep working, the way that they've been working before I get to a code review.
Yeah.
And so now we're in a place where the rebase is really complicated. Um, so I might refactor all their work into smaller components, like not change their work, but just kind of like reorganize it. Um, and so that we don't have as many conflicts and stuff, and the
Yeah.
rebases aren't brutal.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. I do think this is the responsibility of the developers contributing the code to learn these skills and prevent this from happening. And that as you're becoming more senior, it's essentially your job to instill that value in them somehow. So the way I've seen this work at past companies is there would be a lunch meeting or something. These were in-person companies, so it's a little different remotely. But a lunch meeting where they'd say, okay, look, here's a problem I've seen across the code base. Obviously you don't name names, and you say, oh, here's an example that I see, and here's what I would change it to. Here's why I would do this. Here's how you can do it. You can always come to me for questions. But otherwise, I feel like you are now at a level where your time can't be spent doing the non-valuable tasks, because it's not going to reflect well on you, and your pay scale is commensurate with the level of work that you do. So I think instilling that in them, and then maybe even saying, hey, I see that you can talk to these individuals and say something like, I have seen this tendency to make code this way. And again, you explain in the mini meeting with just a one-on-one with them. But otherwise, I don't think it's probably sustainable for you to do this, because the junior devs are just going to keep doing the sort of junior dev mistakes. And if they don't learn to fix it themselves and how to fix it, then they can never become what your level is, such that you could become even higher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think this is about training the junior developers.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trap too, because it's like, I spend more time working on this work than I allocated, and then like some of the investigation work or something gets kind of sidelined because it's like this is blocking future work on a feature.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the best possible outcome is to prevent the tech debt from being added in the first place, but that's not always possible, and that does involve a lot of education for people. But
Mhm.
starting that education, and then in the meantime, I guess the other thing is, while people are learning, try to delegate the individual refactorings,
That's kind
because
of what.
Hmm?
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead. Sorry.
No, you first. You first.
Like, so we have this culture of like, we have a bunch of stuff to do, right?
Mhm.
It's a startup. Uh, you put a PR out there for a feature, you start working on the next thing while you're getting reviews, right? Um, it seems maybe it's just like a social pressure, like I can tell when people are like uh not enthused to go back and like restructure things and like make huge changes to the work that's already working. It's kind of like even like managers and the culture of a startup is kind of like push it out and then fix it later. But then it's like the fixing it later is that refactor work, and the junior dev is not going to be doing that. They're going to be on a new feature. So
Yeah.
um, I don't know how to like instill that. Like it's just like you just don't push the PR out. You have to just be more strict on that.
I think there are a couple of ways you could go about this. One is getting sign off from people higher up. So toward the end of my time at Google, we had bug priorities. People were filing them generally with the correct priority. So P0 meant you had to do it. P4 meant no one's ever going to touch this. And there were a lot that were marked P0 that had been around for like 2-3 years. And someone higher up, like 4 hops away from me, said, that's it. That's not going to happen anymore. We are going to get all the P0s off of our list in the next, like, I don't know, month or 2 months. It was a scramble. Everybody had to do it. That's a very disruptive change that makes the culture easy to follow moving forward, because when you have a 1 week time limit on something for something that just came around today, totally doable. But when you have a 1 week time limit on something from 2 years ago, it's very hard. So
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. You could approach it from a top-down perspective of, hey, we have a problem here. The reason I'm refactoring is because of these reasons, and I need other people to be on board, and I see our code quality declining, and then when we build on these things, it makes everybody's work harder. So that's one way, is top-down. The other way is to just kind of start trying to instill this in the people who are receptive to it, and getting it to become more a part of the culture for them to enforce this too with people. Like, hey, I noticed this function isn't a certain way, or you could split these up into different files. What do you think is more likely to work at your company?
Um, I think if I enforce it at the code review level, um, that's kind of more. I think it would be like less problematic, I guess. Like,
Mm-hmm.
um, because like if I'm scoping work and I'm scoping work for myself and the junior developer on a
Yeah.
feature or something or a route, um, I've gotten feedback from my manager that like I could either strictly define things how I
Yeah.
want them to be built, or I could let them figure it out and kind of like correct them in code reviews if it needs to be corrected. Um, I don't know. One, I don't know which way is better for their development, and two, which way is like uh less annoying, like optics wise, I guess, like for the end developer.
Yeah. So I have some thoughts on this. I think that it probably is bad to hear if you submit a code review, hey, the design of this was bad. And what this is pointing to in my mind is the need for a design review. Probably these junior developers need to start writing some small amount of here's what my plan is before they do it, because a plan is easier to correct than the final product. And then, like you said, you run in this case where, okay, I'll fix this next time. Next time never happens. It never gets fixed. Someone needs to tackle that. You're the only person who has the view of all of this or even the care to do it. So it falls on your shoulders. So I think this is probably a time when I would start to say like, hey, I would like to see a design. And it doesn't need to be a super formal process, although that's how most companies end up starting out is there's no design. People push things out, they break things. And then at the other end of the spectrum is these giant companies that say like, we want a 5-page design for even a medium-sized feature that you're going to add. And then, by the way, the designs are also something that end up needing to be maintained. So I would probably say, at least for the junior devs you see doing this, or possibly across the team, like, hey, I think we've gotten into a state where, again, you sort of explain why this is happening. It's not just out of the blue. It's not like I'm just trying to do these things to do them. I didn't just read about this in Hacker News and try to apply it here. And then, yeah, I think seeing your design would be good, and it doesn't need to take a super long time. The problem is that then someone needs to review those documents, the design documents. And at that point, just like with a code review, you would become a bottleneck. But at that point, they haven't done any work yet. So it's not even easy to incorporate anything. So as long as you're okay with that, I think moving toward a culture of, I will give you more freedom, which I think is helpful for the developer, and then come back with that freedom and show me what you've done. And then you get more freedom again to, improve things and actually implement what you're doing. So yeah.
So maybe give more vague tickets and stuff like that, but ask for them to flesh it out.
Yeah. Ask like, hey, what would you do with this? And even what I think is tough, one, any cultural change is tough. So if you say, hey, we didn't have design documents, now we're going to have design documents, that can be already hard for people. So I think making it as digestible as possible is good. And the two things I would probably say are, one, it doesn't need to be long. And two, it doesn't need to answer every question. It could also pose some questions that then we can talk about. And if people know both of those things, then they won't think this needs to be perfect right off the bat. It needs to be some super long document. So I think that can help.
Okay.
They don't need to be long, and they don't need to answer every question. They can ask them. Does that sound good, or does that sound like something that you're thinking, oh, this will never go down?
I think I have to be careful on how I frame it, because we are getting pressure to release faster. And it's kind of like the antithesis of that is like introducing a design doc culture. So I think if I frame it as like, I want you to flesh out a ticket, like I'll give you ticket stubs and I want you to flesh it out and then I'll look at it before you start working. That's easier to digest change than even make a 1-page document or something like.
Yeah.
If it's just in the present or the context of a ticket, because then it's like, and then the tickets, you can pass the ticket off, that kind of stuff.
Yep. Okay, so he has to be careful. Yeah. Yeah, and I think this is one of those cases where if it were me in your shoes, I would probably talk to my manager and say, hey, I've thought of, we need some even small portion of design. It can happen within the context of a ticket. What do you think about this? Because something else struck me as I was writing some of this down, which is, I think there's tech debt where it's like, hey, this is named incorrectly, or we have some duplicated code. And then I think there's tech debt where it's like, if we don't fix this, we will hit a problem. Like we can't, there will be a memory leak or something like that, where it's like, this will be much more harmful. Do you feel like you're calibrated correctly there on which kind is which, and you're pushing back on the more insidious kind?
Yeah, I don't think we have a lot of examples of like maybe occasionally we'll have a situation where it's like this is creating a serious problem. It's more like we're migrating from V1 to V2.
Yeah.
Like from the whole duration of my career here has been, you know, some we're migrating routes and stuff like that. And everyone hates working in V1, and so it's kind of like we've tried to keep V2 as like, you know, as workable as we can, and we want to try to keep the code quality high. And so keeping that in mind has been, we're doing the same thing three different ways in three different places, and it'd
Yeah.
be nice to use the same way.
Yeah. There's 3 ways of doing things. So what's nice is you have a concrete thing you could point at to say, look, this is what happened in V1. Here's how we got there. I mean, look at the kinds of the reasons why you don't like working there, and then think, how do we improve those things for V2? So yeah, I think this is always tough. Even if you have a clear charter for how to instill a cultural change and you fully believe in it, and even if your management is on board, it can still be tough. And even that thing I told you about, when we had the P0 bugs and there was a deadline for them, there was a lot of grumbling about that, and a lot of like, well, what happens? Can I just change the priority to P1 and get around this? And so it's hard to get people to do something different, even if it is practically provably the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say at the very least, gain some allies, talk to your manager, see if they're on board with this. And then, yeah, design could help, because otherwise just extrapolate further to, even 6 months from now, you're even closer to launching this thing, and junior devs are still just packing everything into one file, and you really are the cleanup bot. And now your manager's like, oh, your first name is also refactor. You only have your last name anymore. Yeah. So yeah, I would say something needs to be done here. Yeah. See if you can.
I have explicitly gotten that. I have explicitly been given like direction that like as a my position on the team is kind of like being aware of the whole code base and making sure things don't get out of hand. So like that's kind of why I've been in that direction.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Your manager might have just commented, and you can even ask directly, like, "Hey, where do you see this going?" The way I almost kind of look at these things is like, you don't need to tell your manager you're getting a mentoring session or something like that. You can phrase all of this stuff as, "Hey, I was thinking about it this way." But I do see this as like, yeah, you filter this through a lens that works for you, and you talk to your manager and find out what's right. But in the end, like I said, I just don't see this being sustainable, as you've got to clean up after junior developers.
Yeah. It
Also,
makes sense, and it is like it's a good learning opportunity to make them think about things without, just starting to work immediately.
yeah, exactly. It's a learning opportunity for the juniors. Yeah, and not even the think before you leap, but the leap and then correct what you've done after you do it. I feel like there's designing ahead of time, and then there's like coding something out and prototyping it and seeing like, will this actually work? How does it feel? Are there any problems I haven't accounted for? So yeah, but I still think it's worth considering the whole, when you fix something on a sheet of paper, it's much faster than fixing it in, 40 different functions that were written. So yeah, consider that. Okay, cool. Well, anything else on that topic?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
We covered that.
Yeah. So what's this morale win?
Yeah, so this was kind of like an interesting situation. We had a developer that kind of went rogue a little bit. Like he was given a task to document how authentication works. He like largely built our authentication. And then while he was documenting, he kind of like started to identify problems and like started to correct them and stuff. And it ended up being like an enormous PR, like uh, you know, 60 files or something over 2 repos and obviously huge amounts of changes, removing dependencies and all this kind of stuff. And it's because he understood the whole system and like why bugs are coming. Like we had a V1 dependency that we were trying to have parity with in V2.
Mm-hmm.
And so he basically took the time of his own volition to remove the V1 dependency, so there will be less bugs because V1 and V2 will work more similarly. And my manager posed to myself and the other senior on the front end, like, I'm gonna leave it to you to decide whether or not we should close or merge this PR. Given that the risk is very high to merging it because it's a huge change to authentication, which has to work always. Um, the benefit is non-existent because other than developer experience, because um, nothing changes for the user other than they might see less bugs, you know. Um, and like we shouldn't have spent the time on it, but now we're here, we have this thing, and it's like you could press the merge button and it could be a huge issue
Yeah.
that you're on the hook for supporting, or it could be nothing at all and it improves the DX and everything. So it was posed to myself and another developer to decide that. We had a meeting with him. Um, he definitely, like, my manager was definitely leaning towards canceling it
Mm-hmm.
because he was just like, there's no benefit. I don't know, like, we're in this position now, and there's no benefit for merging it except for there's only risk. Um, and so we had a meeting with that developer, kind of went through the changes, and we decided to kind of back him up on it. And it was because the the change that he was making would objectively make things less buggy
Yeah.
um, over time, which is a better experience. And the work was done, and so we just needed to be sure that we needed to have you know the testing, the user testing, to back up that we felt comfortable releasing it. And so what we did was we organized like uh, a team wide meeting where we all like smoke tested it at the same time for like an hour and a half or something, and so we were all very confident that issues, within a margin of error, that issues wouldn't come up. And then we merged it, and then um, no issues came up so far. Knock on wood. But it's been a couple weeks now, and things are simpler. No bugs really came up from it, um, and my manager did like make a post. We have like a kudos channel essentially in Slack, and he was like, you know, I was definitely leaning towards removing this, but like this is like an instance where like, you know, people on your team backed you up and you all kind of banded together and made a calculated risk and it paid off.
Yeah.
And it was like, it felt good because it was like we didn't have to stick our necks out there, but having done so, um, it felt like a good leadership decision that I haven't had a lot of opportunities to make leadership decisions like that, and it felt validating that things went well and we made the right choice. It seems like.
Yeah. And on top of that, that your manager recognized that, hey, I wasn't in this camp, but I can't argue with results. I think that's good. I think I don't want to take away from the celebratory nature of this. So congratulations. I'm glad you did this. I'm glad you met with people. It sounds like everything happened the right way. At the same time, I think this is pointing out a lot of problems. Like, one is, as you mentioned this stuff, I wrote down tests, and then I think as soon as I wrote it down, you mentioned it. But like the way you get confidence in making large changes is that your tests are still green and that your tests are testing the right things. And when you don't have those tests, then yes, you get together in a room and you do smoke tests. And by the way, did that identify a lot of bugs when that was done?
Um, we we cut a couple things. We left it in staging for a while, and one of the backend engineers caught a major bug that would have been a real problem, and that's kind of when the question was posed to us. Is like, there was a bug that was leaking PII,
Mm-hmm.
for only in staging, but that was like that was why the manager was like so against merging it. Um, and so we had to be very, very sure that this change was worth it. Um, we don't have good tests for authentication currently, and that was so. The reason he was put on this documentation task is document how auth works now, then write E2E tests for it. And so,
Mm.
before he wanted to write the tests, he wanted it to be simpler to do. So he made this change. So
I see. Okay, because what I was going to say is I think in both major bullet points that we've talked about so far, it's been a case of, hey, this worked when we were a small team, and now this isn't scaling. And
Yeah.
that's the like classic software engineering thing. If you are one person, you could probably skip documentation, you could skip probably like tests, any handoff things. There's so much because you've just got most of it in your head and you're the person working on it and you know your own expertise. As you grow, as you get more junior developers, as your product has different needs, you said you now have more pressure to release as well, which I assume is another thing that's just going to be a fact of the future. And it's not a, hey, this is just the way for the next month. I think more of this is going to happen. So what a lot of companies tend to do is steer more toward standardization. And the way that that manifests is design, test, more frequent, what I call bug bashes, smoke tests in a room together, those sorts of things, where it's like, hey, we just need to make sure product and code quality is up or else we will hit these issues. And, it doesn't matter. I was going to say a small story of like this death by 1,000 paper cuts. That can happen. But another thing that can happen is if you have a small chance of encountering a bug, and there are lots of those small chances, that it's not just a chance that there are all paper cuts, it's a chance that these bugs coincide in a way that forms a gigantic bug that then really hampers the user experience or developer experience. So the reason I mention this is because it is not easy transitioning from, hey, we were doing things in the Wild West to, hey, we're going to have some structure here. And you're not even at the, mega company size. So some amount of process probably needs to be added here. And it's good that this was all in the right direction, documentation and tests. But I think you're going to see this story play out another few times with other components.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would prefer the documentation first and then like a proposal for work. And I think that's probably would have been more optimal. But, um, documentation, testing, and then make the huge change so that the tests can pass after the, the changes happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And that way you have confidence about this stuff. It is lucky that you caught the PII leak bug. I mean, for all you know, there could be other bugs there, although I guess you'll get user reports on some of them. In the end, this worked well. And it's a question of like, do the ends justify the means? And I think the means are being worked on. So this is another one of those cultural things I'd say watch out for while you're here, because you're probably going to be one of the people who's going to need to say, hey, we can't make these big changes without tests. And we need to make big changes because the code quality isn't good. And and you're probably that's going to be a struggle.
Yeah. Auth is the biggest hole right now in terms of our testing. And it's just because it's been tacked on. We used to use a vendor for it, and now we kind of abstracted the vendor into an abstraction basically, and now we don't have tests for it because we used to rely on the vendor's test.
Yeah. So you're saying in general though there are tests for other parts of the code base, and okay,
and it's been like an initiative for like maybe the last 6 months to like when you release something, you have tests with it. When reasonable, like usually it's interaction tests more than like unit tests or anything, but we use storybooks, so it's not that much to make something to test it.
Yeah, I guess for front end it's also different. Okay, that's good. Like I said, I didn't want to take away from the I think it's good. I'm glad you had a good outcome for this, and yet I think this should be on your radar as, hey, this might happen more, and here's why it would happen. And by the way, if I were there making a case to anybody, I would say, look, here are the things that we noticed. There was the auth component. It wasn't written with tests initially. And yes, sure, we're getting toward them now, but look at what happened as a result of this, and look at what we had to do, get a bunch of people together to hammer on this product to see if it's going to work. And those are things that could potentially be avoided in the future. So yeah, there are, I think, going to be some changes going on there. Do you feel comfortable with that? Do you feel like you're the only person holding up this torch in the darkness? Are there people on board?
We have conflicting pressures. I think we have the pressure to release very fast, and also the pressure to there's at least lip service paid to we need tests. What ideally, I think, for sales and managers and stuff like that, it would be no tests, faster features, and no bugs. But it's kind of like you have to have the engineering team push back a little bit to eke out time for tests so that bugs don't come up.
Yeah, that what you described of there's this pressure between developing fast and developing well. I think that pressure will always exist once you have a product out there and now there are multiple departments involved because each department has its own pressures that then it applies on other departments. So, yeah, I think that balance is tough. And I think this is where having people on board and like if a management is saying something like, we need features now, we need them fast, they are probably not going to be giving the message. It will just be lip service of, yes, let's write tests. But if they are saying, look, take the time to do this stuff, we need to keep quality up, that is a very different message. So this is where I feel like the upper levels of development need to be united in what that messaging is. Do you feel it from your manager that there is a like, hey, I do appreciate quality?
I think my manager is trying to balance it. I think he's getting pressure to deliver faster. He's planning the roadmap for our next quarter right now. So I think, like specifically, he's getting pressure to release faster, and he's trying to balance it with. He was a former engineer, so he understands that like we're going to keep. We're going to be introducing bigger and bigger problems if we don't have tests.
Yeah.
Um, so he has kind of given us both inputs
Hmm.
at different times and is trying to kind of work on the balance himself, but it's kind of like each of us is trying to balance it for ourselves as well. There's not like a clear direction
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
which is a higher priority.
That's roughly what I would expect. And those priorities probably change from time to time too. Like, hey, we need this in a week, but then you have some time to write some tests. And I've seen different things, and really software development as a whole has changed. I feel like almost everything has moved more agile than it used to be. We used to have these long iteration cycles, and that's back when you had box products. And then there was a shift in the industry. And I think part of that shift is there's still some amount of time dedicated toward features, and then there's some amount of time dedicated toward quality. And the quality isn't even just dev quality. It's also like, well, hey, users are complaining about this edge case or something.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as there's some time being devoted to quality and it's not just you who's championing all of this, then I think you're probably in a good state.
Yeah, yeah. We just had a sprint recently where some developers were able to do the light duty is what we call it, but it's basically like little taking care of the paper cuts and fixing things that have kind of bothered users and developers for a while. So it's definitely a percentage of the overall work.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. And do you see junior developers accepting that initiative from 6 months ago well? Are they pushing back on writing tests?
Um, I think they write tests, but it's kind of like to have the tests be written, not like actually to catch issues. Um, they're not like as thorough about the tests as the more senior developers are. Uh, where like if I'm writing a you know some kind of transform function, I'm gonna write um, a just test where I'm putting all the different inputs in, I'm putting bad inputs in, that kind of stuff, and I want to see the results. Whereas like they
Yeah,
might only test the happy path to like check the box.
I see. Do you give them feedback in the code review about that?
Uh, it's something I can improve on. I think it's kind of like the tests are the least paid attention to part of um, you know, code reviews. But it's something it's kind of hard because like our tests, because we use Storybook, like every additional test increases the time of CI by like a non-insignificant margin. Um, so we have to balance it a little bit. Um, and yeah, I just there's probably a lot of stuff that is like untested behavior where bugs still happen. Um, and I probably need to advocate more for more thorough and testing more non-happy path routes.
So I don't want to make this a priority when it isn't one. If you're not getting, P0 bugs in an area, there's I mean, if we're working on front end, then there's probably not a big need to
Yes.
continue testing. But that culture of testing is what I was thinking more about, which is not like, okay, we don't need to go add tests for these things necessarily, but maybe there's a way outside of Storybook, maybe some unit tests, maybe testing a more critical error path, or identifying at least where these should be. Because I think what happens is, it's what you mentioned earlier about lip service. If somebody says, hey, tests are important, and then at no point, if you look around, that you see proof or evidence that tests are important, then you just will conclude, okay, they aren't important. And then
Yeah.
it becomes a boy who cried wolf situation of, okay, well, now they're still saying they're important, or, oh, we need a renewed testing initiative. And it's like, well, it didn't matter the last time. Is it going to matter this time? And at some point, then people start becoming sort of deaf to all of what needs to be done. So I think all I would say here is, it sounds like the junior engineers are junior. That's me not putting it bluntly. So to sort of give a euphemism there, they are junior, and I think as long as they're made aware of what are good software practices and seem like they're growing, then great. Because I don't think there's been a major problem. It sounds like for this, you have some tests, there's something, building on those shouldn't be too bad. There's considerations around them. So
Yeah.
I would just keep junior engineers in the loop about good software engineering practices.
It's one thing that's hard is like there's nothing like you don't get any there's no points for writing tests. Like it's not visible to anybody. Sales doesn't care. You can't demo it. It's it's kind of like invisible work. So it's like you have to eat your vegetables uh type of thing you have to instill.
Yeah. And I think the only real way you could change that incentive is to somehow plug testing into the performance review, or sprint tasks, or just require that, hey, everyone's going to do at least 1 point of testing per sprint, or 2 points, or whatever ends up working out. But otherwise, it's like, someone's just got to say, look, there are problems. No one's focused on fixing these. And I think that's the issue with some software is, let's say you just got a group of 10 developers together and said, okay, just go work on something. They're going to take probably what's fun for them. And then no one's going to end up picking up 1 or 2 tasks that are just boring or tough, and yet they need to be done. So how do you incentivize people to do that? And
Yeah.
I'll write a couple of notes here just so that I've got them down. So either things are required or they're incentivized. Yeah, because otherwise you're leaving it to an honor system, and I feel like that works in small ways. Like the company fridge and not taking each other's food. It's like, okay, you can apply the honor system there, but if it's like always write good code, refactor on your own, follow up on things in PRs, file bugs when you find an issue, it's like that's too much for people to just abide by an honor system.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So let me take a little meta side note here. Do you feel like you're getting what you need talking about these topics? Is this providing some insight? Is this helpful?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Like I've already written stuff down for on the first point, like kind of like what I should try to work on. Yeah,
Okay.
I think I've gotten stuff out of this already.
Okay. Just making sure I'm not, soapboxing here about things and
No,
going in the wrong direction. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so next point. Actually, I'll go to the one after that first, but
Sure.
which kind of ties into what we were talking about. So like for a while I was getting put on more staff level stuff, and
Yeah.
then it was like, we need to deliver features faster. We need you as like a high level, person that can deliver at a high level. We need you to work on this feature. And so more of my time has been taken up by that. I've been refactoring as part of that, but it feels like the pressures for the company to release faster are going in that direction. So like
Wait. Sorry. Before you continue, you said you were being put on more staff level stuff. Does that mean feature development?
So what I've talked about with my manager is that staff level would kind of like help, help with big problems, but also like figure things out for the future and like, do experiments and stuff like that, for building work for the rest of the team. Uh, that's kind of how we've been talking about the role.
Yeah.
And for a while I was doing that. And I think I'm still like that person if that came up. But right now it's just kind of like we need features. So everybody's doing features, you know, because we're kind of in a competitive situation with another company.
Yeah.
So, the features are being valued higher,
Hmm.
because if we have an aggressive roadmap right now. Uh, Manager has said he wants to shift to shipping something to users like every sprint,
Oh, okay.
if possible. So smaller things like partial features, that kind of stuff. Um, it's hard with some of the things we do because it's like if you're doing a whole route, there's like 15 features on a route. Uh,
Yeah.
that's a big. You can't piecemeal do a route. Um, at least with how we're set up. So yeah, it feels like it's been tabled a bit. Like I did get added to a project that's going to be an important one, just as like, I'm going to be the front end person for it. I don't know how much of the planning I'm going to be doing, but it just that all of those like kind of changes towards that direction have kind of been tabled right now in like a everybody's sprint for features.
So it's important to know how long this has been happening for, which I'll just ask you right off the bat. How long has this been going on for?
Uh, I feel like the basically my manager has been planning the next quarter and the roadmap, like a restructuring of the roadmap for like a month. Um, and that's kind of been the what we've gotten from him is kind of that uh, direction.
Okay, so you're saying the next quarter's work is mostly non-staff level work for you, other than that one project that's spinning up.
That's what I'm thinking is going to be the case. Yeah, we haven't tomorrow we actually get the rollout for the roadmap for the next quarter, but uh, from what has been said, it's most likely that how the team is going to be moving.
Okay, and is this something that you think? I know you mentioned there's competition with another company. It sounds like it's all hands on deck. Is this something that you think would continue beyond this quarter?
Yeah, it's very possible. I think we're kind of like I think we're angling in the next year or two to do like a series B, and then we want to get into like a very robust place, um as far as our offering. So it's kind of like, everybody work as hard as you can.
Yeah, this is tough because it is a company. And I mean, companies are usually
Yeah.
set up for profit at some point. So it sounds like you, as a company, need this pretty soon. And when the company needs something, it means that the individuals are sometimes, their needs are discarded for some time. And if it means for 2 years, that's potentially a long time to be just working on features, not doing staff level stuff. And yet maybe your manager, I don't know, maybe your manager comes back. You're getting this plan tomorrow, you said, right?
Mhm.
Maybe they come back and they say, look, I planned a month of feature work. There's some ratio here where I'd be like, yeah, this isn't even worth something worrying about, right? If they said, oh, you got 1 day, that's fine. If a month out of a quarter, probably fine if you're scrambling. But yeah, if they say, okay, next 3 months, sorry, you're just going to be on features, I would say you should probably talk to your manager and say, look, I understand the need that we have right now as a company. I'm, willing to do this, but I'd also like to work towards staff. And if I don't have the opportunity, then it's just going to, there'll be another year after that. So I think that's the only way to sort of get clarity on this. I mean, you'll find the plan tomorrow for sure, but then, yeah, what ratio would you be comfortable with of feature work to staff level work?
I guess like I'm not sure like a specific ratio, I guess, but as long as it's not like a regression in
Yeah.
terms of like what I've the position I've worked myself into. Like when there is a new feature that comes out, like I would like to be part of the planning phase, like those established meetings that we had discussed last time, where like as long as those don't go away because we're in a rush and we want to save the hour or
Hmm.
whatever, like it's it's useful for that. If everybody's working on features, that's fine. It's just like if that work needs to be done, I would like to do it.
Yeah, I see. Well, currently you have no indication that someone else is taking on work that you feel you should be getting, right?
Right.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, then I don't necessarily think there's a problem right now. Sorry, Abby just jumped on my desk. I don't necessarily think there's a problem right now, but I do think that this is something to keep an eye on because it can very quickly become that this happens for 2 quarters or 3 quarters, or yeah, your manager says, oh, someone else is taking on this work that you should have taken on. And what I don't think should happen is I don't think you should have to do all the feature work and then find the time to do experimentation, to do, come up with problems for other people. So yeah, definitely talk to your manager about this. It doesn't sound like there's a problem yet.
Yes. Like it's been a short-term problem, but not like a short-term change that hasn't been a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, it could stay this way for a quarter. And if your manager's like, okay, cool, now we've hired more people. By the way, this could also point to, yeah, we need more people on board, or
Yeah,
any number of other things. So
we have started hiring for my team.
you have, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hiring has started. Yeah. That's another one of these things where I feel like, okay, maybe after hiring and these people get onboarded, and that might happen in a month and a half. But if your manager is, I don't know how to say this, not hesitant exactly, but I guess if they need some convincing, I might say something like, look, we just hired, 2 people. Let's go get Alice and Bob onto this project. I'm going to try to start offloading some of these things so that I can carve out the time. If your manager says, yeah, that sounds great, so the work's still being done and we don't have a charter for the new people yet. So I think that could work out too. Maybe position some of the new hires for your charter if it's not staff level stuff that you're assigned. Yeah, and then if after a quarter, I don't know, if things seem like they're going poorly. By the way, if at any point you saw, oh, someone else is getting this work that was assigned to me, that's a red flag. I would say that's that's something I would definitely talk to the manager and be like, hey, why is this happening? Is something not what you'd expect? But yeah, it sounds like you are being pulled in a million directions right now. By the way, how are you feeling in general about that? I mean, if let's say you were working on staff level stuff, are you stressed? Are you handling it well?
Uh, I think it's interesting. Like I've done a couple of kind of like experiments, and they've produced work, and it's it's been really like that is what I want to do. Like that is what I see my career developing into, is kind of like I I have a good I think I'm strong in that ability to kind of prototype and prepare work for other people. So I think that would be a good fit for me. And when I've had the opportunity, it's been good.
Okay, that's really good to hear because um, I think there are sometimes cases where someone wants to get to the next level, but what the next level entails is not actually good for that person. And
Yeah.
I think we've talked about the Peter principle before, right? Like you rise to the level of mediocrity that you end up sitting at. And it's so tough to say, I want to be one level below this, because it's too late at that point. It's like, well, I can't get demoted at most companies.
Yeah.
So for you to like the work, I think is really good. And I think this is also the only real benefit of when companies want you to do the job before having it. It's really so that they don't pay you for that new job yet, but it does give you a chance to say, I don't like this. I don't want to do this. I'm going to get out of this. So glad that you like it. I think as much as possible, try to find a way to get this into the quarter of, I still want to do an experiment or 2 or 3. I don't know how many you can do, and still get the charter done somehow. And like I said, I
Yeah.
think delegating it is probably the most reasonable path there.
And I guess as part of that, as the next point is, we did have a mid-level engineer on my team get promoted to what was called an engineering lead,
Yeah.
um, which um, wasn't fleshed out when it was announced
Hmm.
in terms of responsibilities. But the idea it's more of a managerial track promotion. So he's not going to be in code as much. And so one, I lost the resources of that engineer who was strong on the team. Um, and so I've picked up some of that work, but also there's kind of like another emerging track that somebody's been moved into. So I guess I don't know. I think the discussions for a role change would happen at my like evaluation period time, like I think in the next few months. Um, I don't know if I would be moved into that or not, but it's like there are two tracks emerging, and someone has been moved into the other track, and I'm still kind of like in a holding position. So
Well, okay, that would be concerning to me if this were like this person were called, staff engineer or something like that.
sure,
But I'm pretty sure you mentioned in the past that the managerial track is not what you want to do, right?
yeah, and my manager was clear that um like that was what that role entails, and the people stuff, the scrum stuff, presenting, that kind of stuff is more what that role is going to entail, and not the technical leadership.
Well, yeah, and like you said, this person is not really going to be involved with the code as much. To me, this sounds like even if this person, shot up the career ladder, that it's not the career you wanted and isn't really in competition with you. Hang on one
Yeah,
second. Unless it's indirect competition where there's a budget and they can only promote one person, and so they choose to go the men. But that's not a concern, I would say, because that's you can't do
out
anything
of my
about that.
control. Yeah.
Yeah. So I sensed some sort of trepidation around this for you with maybe that angle. Is that what you were feeling, that maybe I should be in that track, or that I should be getting a role change?
I think it was just kind of like there was no information about the role
Mm-hmm.
initially. Um, it was announced before, like it was on uh, the track document,
Yeah.
or like the levels document. Um, so it was kind of like, engineering lead could mean this person is being positioned at the top of the team, or it could be like this person is doing the management side of this as a team. And uh, so I think initially there was some confusion. I've had a one-on-one with my manager since then, so we kind of like talked about the what that role is going to be. I understand it better now. Um, it doesn't encompass any of the work that I was doing or angling for staff. So I'm not like, there's no problem or anything. It was just kind of like this change happened. Um, like things are changing and I'm still in the same position, but it's because my period for evaluation isn't uh hasn't happened yet. So
Yeah. Yeah, and I think doing those out of band is uncommon. It's not unheard of, but it's uncommon. So I don't think there's cause for alarm yet. But I will say this too. People do tend to have a recency bias. And when review time comes around, your manager might look at, oh, hey, you've just been working on feature work. Sorry, that's not really staff level stuff, and not necessarily see the other 9 months. So that's why I think it's important to position yourself such that you're like, look, this is important to me. I'm going to find a way to do this with the constraints that we have. You've got some new people there. You've liked working on this stuff. You said the experiments you've done have produced good results so far too, right?
mhm,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I think if you can like cross the finish line of these next few months and still have found a way to do that, and I'd really like it if you could send me a message tomorrow at the end of the workday saying, here's what that quarterly plan involves, just to see if any of this advice changes based on what, because
Yeah.
for all you know, that they plan for 2 weeks for you to work on features, and then they're like, okay, I go carve out the rest of the work yourself. So yeah, and I'll write that down here too. Ping me tomorrow on Discord about the charter you have for the quarter. Yeah, need to keep your staff level work in the mind of your manager, I guess. Yeah, for these next few months, since
That's a
they
good
may
point.
affect the review. Yeah. And I only have the signals that you give me, so it's hard for me to say like, oh, and here's what your manager sounded like when they talked about this, or here's where they're. So it's tough for me to say anything more than just, I think your manager has been supportive of you in the past. They're aware of your desire to get to staff level. They can probably read all of what you've been talking about in conjunction with your work to know that this is a clear signal. So now whether or not there's an opportunity is a big question I don't have the answer to. And that's where I think it'll become a little bit clearer through this charter. And you might need to carve out that staff level work for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. Let me scroll through my questions really fast. Oh yeah, the one thing I wanted to ask about, because I know this was no, not that one. The hours thing. Yeah, that one. Yeah. You'd mentioned the work hours issue last time. What was settled for that?
Yeah, so I had talked to my wife about trying to work more of the end of the day, just as a show of, a good effort, being present more often.
Yeah.
I kind of compromised a little bit, so I kind of like met him in the middle, as far as like when I usually rap. Um, it hasn't been too big of an issue for my family, and it hasn't been an issue for work, and it hasn't really come up since we had that discussion. So I think everything's fine. It might have just been like he had like a hair about
Yeah.
this issue, and uh, wanted to talk about it, and so it
Okay.
hasn't really been a problem.
Cool. That's good to hear. And the compromise and having to change a little bit of stuff, I think that's fine. The way I kind of look at it is, do you have any resentment from what happened?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. Then yeah, I don't think there's a problem. Okay, cool. Well, that has been our session number 6. So thank you again. And again, I applaud you for being here and for sharing all this stuff and making progress and focusing on all this. If you want to do that system design interview for next time, just let me know ahead of time if you feel like you've prepared for it. Although
Okay.
it doesn't make too much of a difference as long as you've got questions in the document to talk about.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, thanks. Take care, Kyle.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, everybody clap for Kyle. Let me get this back. Stop virtual camera and show chat. All right. Good job, Kyle. Thank you for joining on the stream. Clap, clap, clap. There we go. Let me read through chat really fast. Is Kyle a senior? Yes. He is a senior. Helps me design our tests. If the tests are hard to write, my implementation has a problem. Yeah, although I think sometimes there's just like a feature level design, like an architecture design, where you don't even necessarily know how components are going to fit together yet. And I think that should be done before tests are even written. Have good resources for design document examples. If you're working for a company, your company almost certainly has someone who's written them already. When I think of a design document, I think of generally sections like this, like what are the requirements? What's the just overview of the feature? There's usually an implementation, testing, maybe security, maybe legal. You basically cover all the points of the software that might come up, or any questions that people might have. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it could be anything for that. Maybe who's going to be doing the work, like scoping / tasks. It could be any of that stuff. In general, the whole point of a design is to make the work clearer. So if it makes the work clearer and people are generally on board, then it doesn't really matter how you made the work clearer. And for some tasks, it could be as simple as a sentence or just, a note in a bug or something like that. And yeah, for other tasks, it's like, hey, we're going to revamp the whatever system X here. And it could be a really involved thing. I just joined. What was Kyle doing on stream? It was part of the mentoring session. I'm curious what would be included in, I assume you mean staff level work. So in general, the way that I sort of look at junior going up to, CEO eventually, but I'll just say junior to senior to like staff to whatever else, is that it's just junior is more about, can you do your own work that's assigned? And then I think the sort of getting towards senior is, can you can you come up with your own work based on tasks? And then I think of staff as like, can you come up with work for other people? And then higher than that is like, yeah, can you come up with, I'd say like businesses or products? It all depends on the size of the company. But yeah, I think the people who are super high up at like Amazon are, hey, can we come up with entire other businesses, sectors to go into? But yeah, in general, it's more scope, more independence, more impact. The smallest change was War and Peace. Yeah. Prototyper for future work. Yeah. And so in that sense, the prototyper for future work is like, hey, I can see what problems we're going to encounter. Now I need to make sure that this is even a thing we want to pursue. And then that's sort of it. You might oversee a project, but you're not going to be, I'm going to write this function for this piece of the code. It's more like, how do you influence other people to do this stuff? Like I said, every company is a little different. Google had staff level individual contributors, and they were just doing a lot of dev work. All right, I never did something here. Let me just write this down. Add new templates to each mentoring document. Mentoring, put Kyle session 6 online, and then schedule a new session. Yeah. Okay, I am gonna get going to lunch. It is, by the way, July 8th, and I am gonna be taking a trip, I think August 12th. So at some point, these sessions are going to have to be on hold like they were for the last vacation. And then the last little advisory I wanted to give here is that I've been doing interviews on stream. So the next session I have with anybody that is, actually involving a different person is this Friday at 1 p.m. So pretty much same time as right now. It's 12:30, so about half an hour from now. But Friday, I'll be doing an interview with Mel, who is Juicebox Hero on Twitch. How much does mentoring cost? All the mentoring information is here, and there is a where is it? Yeah, there's a mentoring contract. Anyway, this has everything in it. In short, it's free right now, but I don't know if I continue doing this, if it will continue to be free. And I'm very torn on that. Like, I could see the benefit of always keeping it free, and yet, I mean, it is a lot of work. And even just the time involved. Like, I've done 6 sessions now for, I think, everybody. So that's 18 sessions plus the one-off session. So that was like 19 hours of on-stream time. And then the prep and the scheduling and the videos, and yeah, a lot of stuff goes into that. Anyway, I'm gonna go get lunch. Thank you all for watching. I'll hopefully see you in about an hour, and I should be streaming for the usual amount of time, maybe about 3 hours. So take care. Have a good rest of your day.